Chapter 1405. Stunned. What were his family's thoughts about him? Third Old Master Qiao, unable to contain his frustration any longer, uttered in a cold tone, "Back then, you made the decision to sever ties with her without even informing me. Now, you wish to acknowledge her once more. Is such a stroke of luck even possible in this world? Surely, you've crossed paths with her before. Do you genuinely believe she's easy to influence? Do you think she can be swayed so effortlessly? Furthermore, Xiao Yunduan's rise isn't solely attributed to his connection with Minister Old Yun. He is a formidable individual to reckon with. If he's the reason for my reassignment away from the capital, he must have anticipated how our family might respond to Qiao Xian after his departure. Even if I decide not to leave, can you assure me that he won't have alternative means to deal with us? Do you possess the certainty to manage the situation?" This marked the first time that Third Old Master Qiao had engaged in such an extensive conversation with his family, and his words left the entire Qiao family in a state of bewilderment. For a moment, they stood there, lost for words, grappling with an unexplained sense of shame and guilt. "Calm, third brother." Madam Lady Qiao snapped back to her senses. All right. You've grown quite audacious, haven't you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Third Old Master Qiao shook his head, his heart heavy with desolation. He sighed and stated, "In any case, my decision is made. I've conveyed what I needed to. If you doubt me, there's little more I can do. You're on your own." With that, Third Old Master Qiao turned and departed. Madam Lady Qiao was infuriated, slamming her hand on the table. "Ungrateful wretch. You think you can just leave like that? Dream on." An awkward silence enveloped everyone in the room. Third Old Master Qiao's words had truly struck a nerve. Second Mrs. Qiao softly murmured, "It's easy for third brother to speak that way. If you ask me, it's partly his fault. If he had written to us earlier about that Xiao girl, we wouldn't have severed ties so hastily. We share the blame for not communicating." "That's true." Others joined in with their thoughts before quietly retreating to ponder their own concerns. Third Madam Qiao had been preoccupied with her health issues and was absent when Third Old Master Qiao returned. Upon his arrival, he instructed her to prepare for departure. All three branches would be leaving the capital with him. Xiao Yunduan hadn't requested him to go alone. He was resolute about ensuring the third branch members left the capital. There was no room for negotiation. Third Madam Qiao had long been dissatisfied with their current circumstances, and nothing seemed to be going their way. Upon learning of the impending relocation, she hesitated only briefly before making up her mind to go, despite Fu Zhen's remoteness. In the presence of the county magistrate's wife, everyone showed deference and flattery, which was preferable to staying in the capital and enduring mistreatment. The remote location was a minor concern. None would dare to disregard the authority of the county magistrate's wife. However, thoughts turned to Qiao Wei's family. At this point, Third Madam Qiao felt conflicted once again. Qiao Wei was no longer a child. If she accompanied the old master, she would only be able to rely on the people over there. But what if the old master decided to relocate her? What would happen to Qiao Wei then? Leaving her behind meant they would be separated, with little chance of seeing each other. If any issues arose, Third Madam Qiao wouldn't be able to provide assistance. However, if he took Qiao Wei with him, where could they find a suitable marriage for her in such a short time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1406, Consequences. Third Mrs. Qiao had deep reservations about placing her trust in Madam Lady Qiao and her two sisters-in-law. However, after a brief moment of reflection, Third Madam Qiao's resolve wavered once more. Her resentment towards concubine Du and Qiao Ko was profound. If it weren't for them, Qiao Wei would have ascended to become the fourth madam of the Ning family, sparing third Madam Qiao from these concerns. Unable to come to a final decision, Third Madam Qiao felt compelled to consult with Third Old Master Qiao. Their relationship had become exceptionally strained, verging on complete estrangement. Yet, given the importance of this matter to his daughter, Third Old Master Qiao had to exercise caution. He worried that Xiao Yunduan might not release his daughter willingly. Madame was displaying erratic behavior, and Qiao Wei was known for her impulsive nature. Without his watchful eye in the capital, who could guarantee they wouldn't be manipulated and drawn into schemes, mirroring concubine Du's ill-fated course? Both Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were unlikely to lower their guard against the third old master of the Qiao family. If they were vigilant and seeking to outmaneuver him, Third Old Master Qiao was utterly unconvinced. Wasn't he setting himself up for misfortune? The two of them were unyielding and showed no mercy. Third Old Master Qiao suggested, both of you should accompany me to Fujian for now. Given Wire's current circumstances, staying in the capital won't serve any purpose. Perhaps you should go into hiding for a while. After a year and a half, we can consider returning you and your daughter, depending on the situation. Alternatively, hear me out. You could explore the option of finding a reputable local family. Don't scowl at me, allow me to explain. If you discover a young, promising suitor and advance your status to an advanced scholar, wouldn't that enable you to remain in the capital? In summary, it's a far better option than remaining in the capital. Third Madam Qiao considered this and found it agreeable, so she nodded in approval. On the other hand, Qiao Wei harbored such strong animosity towards them that she adamantly refused to leave the capital. However, unable to convince her parents otherwise, she eventually gave up and vented her anger on concubine Du and Qiao Ko. Qiao Ko was beyond her control, but concubine Du still resided in the household, making her a target for Qiao Wei's humiliation. Fearing that concubine Du might resort to drastic measures again, Third Old Master intervened promptly and reprimanded Qiao Wei, warning her against causing any further disturbances. Qiao Wei was seething with anger and sought solace from her mother, breaking down into tears. Third Madam Qiao's expression remained icy as she smiled wryly. Her old master had certainly excelled in handling the affairs in the family's inner circle. What a disappointment! She consoled Qiao Wei, saying, let's wait until we depart the capital. No matter what the old master had in mind, concubine Du wouldn't escape her fate. The woman had destroyed her daughter's marriage, and this debt would never be repaid. There was no chance she'd let her off in this lifetime. Since concubine Du had dared to act as she did back then, she should be ready to face the consequences. It was only after Qiao Wei's emotional outburst that Third Madam Qiao learned that Lu Yan had gone missing. Upon inquiring with Third Old Master Qiao, he vaguely mentioned that he couldn't bring so many people on the journey and had sold her. Third Madam Qiao remained skeptical, but lacking any evidence, she had no choice but to relent. After all, Lu Yan was just a maidservant. Madam Lady Qiao, as well as the first and second branches of the family, put up a fuss and tried to dissuade them. However, Third Old Master Qiao had made his decision and remained resolute. Lu Yan had been dispatched by Old Master Qiao to serve Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. Both Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had been closely monitoring the Qiao family's activities. They felt reassured when the directive was issued just as Third Old Master was preparing to depart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1407, Better to Stay at Qiao Family. Qiao Xian had no desire to meet with Lu Yan. He harbored an aversion to those who betrayed their masters, and Lu Yan's prior performance in Xiaoding village had been less than satisfactory. Had it not been for Qiao Xian's use of intimidation to keep her in check, she might have taken drastic actions. Qiao Xian was indifferent to her surrender, but he believed in offering fair exchange. He instructed Songshe to temporarily relocate Lu Yan to the farm in Cloudwater Town. Once Third Old Master Qiao and the rest of his party had left the capital, and everything had settled down, they would return to finalize her arrangements. To avoid potential complications, Qiao Xian chose not to inform Lu Yan of this decision. While Lu Yan might have felt a tinge of disappointment about not serving at the Xiao family's residence, she was relieved to have left the tumultuous Qiao family behind. At this moment, she was obedient and cautious, far from daring to voice any complaints. She had a good understanding of Madame Xiao, formerly known as Second Mississippi. She knew her to be a kind and compassionate woman who wouldn't mistreat her, even if she were relocated to the farm. At the very least, it would be an improvement over staying at the Qiao family. Upon her arrival at the manor, Lu Yan found herself content with her new surroundings, despite its somewhat remote location. 10 days flew by swiftly. The weather had mostly cleared up, with a high, bright sun, and gradually diminishing bone-chilling cold. The residents of the capital had shed their heavy winter attire, opting for lighter cotton clothing. Third Old Master Qiao discreetly left the capital with his wife, concubines, servants, and a low profile. As they ventured further south, the temperature would gradually rise, making their journey more manageable. He had paid a substantial price to overcome the Qiao family. Madam Lady Qiao threw a tantrum, and her brothers and sister-in-law persistently pestered him, almost depleting the entire family's resources. Old Master Qiao had painstakingly collected antiques over the years, yet only 2 or 3 were left in his possession. Madam Lady Qiao took the rest. Furthermore, Madam Lady Qiao and her 2 brothers coerced them into a yearly agreement for a payment of 600 taels of silver. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had plotted against him, and the Qiao family clearly remembered that this written agreement was the most reliable one. Regardless of what Old Master Qiao argued, he adamantly refused to commit it to paper. Third Old Master Qiao was overwhelmed, but he found himself with little room to maneuver. Refusal was not an option, or he would be unable to leave at all. While he could tolerate the fuss made by his 2 brothers, he couldn't risk opposing his mother, a situation he couldn't endure. The silver had been depleted significantly, leaving less than 200 taels. 200 taels of silver for a party of approximately 10 people in 4 carriages, encompassing their expenses for food, lodging, and other incidentals during the journey and upon reaching their destination, clearly insufficient. All they could do was remain optimistic and brainstorm solutions upon arrival. Third Mrs. Qiao was infuriated to the point of physical discomfort, but what could she do? In front of Madam Lady Qiao, she was powerless, though she could appear quite dominant when dealing with Qiao Xian and concubine Du before departing. Third Old Master sought a meeting with Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, but they declined. What was the use? Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were well aware of the situation but chose to observe from the sidelines, showing no sympathy for Third Master. Even if he were pitiable, he was pitiable in a way that elicited contempt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1408, Visit from Zhao Shu. Third Old Master Qiao let out a sorrowful sigh and continued on his way, resigned to his circumstances. A few days after Third Old Master Qiao's departure, Zhao Shu joyfully brought Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing to the capital. On the 2nd day after his return to the capital, he learned that Xiao Yunduan was home for a break. With gifts in tow, he brought Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing to pay him a visit. Lord and Madam departed for the south before the new year, and I was not present. My apologies. I heard that you'll be sending the princess to Qingdi as a marriage envoy in 3 months. I thought it best to come to the capital before you set off. The weather is not bad after the new year, and we were in a hurry to reach the capital. The journey was rather smooth, allowing us to pay our respects to you and Madam on time. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but chuckle. It was already late January, with the new year arriving quite late. Nevertheless, Zhao Shu had thoughtfully made the trip to the capital while Xiao Yunduan was away. Kangjiangnan's bureaucracy had always kept a close watch on the capital's affairs, particularly due to the frequent movements of merchants between Jiangnan and the capital. News from the capital quickly spread to Jiangnan. This primitive communication system in ancient times was surprisingly swift. Zhao Shu discussed matters with the two of them regarding the flower fields and the perfume workshop in Hangzhou for the upcoming year. Xiao Yunduan had little interest in these affairs, but Qiao Xian did. Zhao Shu had a dedicated team of managers, shopkeepers, and workers who handled everything efficiently. Even the sales channels had been secured. Qiao Xian had no objections to these arrangements. As long as he was aware, it was all fine. The only source of regret lay in the fact that she would be traveling with Xiao Yunduan and wouldn't have the opportunity to visit Jiangnan again. Nevertheless, she had been to Jiangnan the previous year and had invested considerably in Hanada, expecting it to thrive. Qiao Xian casually reminded Zhao Shu, "Young Master Zhao, the land you acquired is excellent, and the flower and wood seedlings are of high quality. Your subordinates will look after them. When spring arrives, those flowers and trees will grow lush. You better be prepared in case there's an abundance of flowers, and the workshop becomes quite busy. It would be a waste." Zhao Shu was delighted with Qiao Xian's praise and nodded. "If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have thought of it. Madam Xiao, you're absolutely right. I'll make sure they keep an eye on things and get ready. I invested a significant sum in acquiring those flower seedlings. The field stewards mentioned that our flowers and trees are well suited for the winter. They have full buds and are sure to flourish in the warmer weather. We're bound to make a substantial profit this year." Perfume had only been introduced in the latter half of the previous year. Though the glass bottles were not cheap, a small bottle worth more than 100 taels of silver still generated substantial profit. Zhao Shu had overseen this endeavor entirely on his own, different from taking charge of the 100,000 mu of mulberry gardens. He experienced a special sense of achievement, especially as the profits continued to grow and multiply. His motivation was at an all-time high. Qiao Xian smiled. "If everything proceeds smoothly in the workshop, we'll make quite a profit. In any case, I must remind you, young Master Zhao." Zhao Shu responded with a smile. "Rest assured, Madam Xiao, I won't forget about it." After a brief stay, Zhao Shu stood up to take his leave. He mentioned that he had reserved a private room at Dian restaurant and invited the two of them for dinner the following evening. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1409. He really likes them. Dian restaurant's roasted whole lamb is renowned, and I've made a special reservation. Well, roast it right there tomorrow. The shopkeeper just happened to acquire another deer today, so we can also savor roasted deer meat and braised deer tendons tomorrow. I consider myself fortunate to have arrived in the capital. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan readily agreed. Qiao Xian then added with a smile, "I'm available the day after tomorrow, so come over for dinner. I can prepare some dishes for you." Zhao Shu was delighted and quickly accepted the invitation. When they invited him to dine, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan treated him like a close friend. While Zhao Shu was not lacking in wealth, he lacked the backing of a powerful official, making many individuals covetous of his family's business. Most importantly, throughout their interactions, he had genuinely grown fond of them, enjoying their company, and hoped they considered him a true friend. He believed he must have been blessed by his late mother to have encountered this couple. Their involvement had resolved his numerous predicaments, like having another set of parents to protect him in all situations. He was convinced that seeking assistance from anyone else would not have yielded as favorable an outcome as it had now, and the price he would have to pay would have been significantly higher. Concurrently, he had paid them less than 1,000,000 taels of silver, which he believed to be an exceptional value. After all, the 100,000 mu of mulberry gardens that Qiao Xian had reclaimed for him generated more than 700,000 taels of silver annually. Additionally, there were the promissory notes, totaling several million taels of silver. Furthermore, He had taken advantage of the situation to acquire nearly all of Zhao Mu's assets, which were invaluable. His mother had divorced him and left Zhao Mu, a decision immeasurable in terms of money. Only Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan would undertake such an action for him, no one else would have done so. However, despite all they had done for him, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan showed no inclination to claim credit. They continued to wear warm smiles and treated him with grace. They had even provided him the opportunity to amass wealth, with the perfume business proving exceedingly profitable. This deeply touched him. As they departed from the Xiao family, Zhao Shu appeared as radiant as the sun, sporting an expansive smile that almost reached his ears. Unable to contain his excitement, he turned to Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing. Madame Xiao and Lord Xiao are inviting me to dinner, treating me as one of their own, aren't they? Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing also felt a great deal of joy. That's right, or else Madame Xiao wouldn't have offered to cook for us. I've heard that Madame Xiao is an excellent cook, and Li Xia and Li Qiao boast about it constantly. Madame Xiao and Lord Xiao treat you with sincerity, which puts our young master at ease. Indeed, I'm at ease, Zhao Shu exclaimed proudly, a touch of emotion in his voice. He quickly added, Uncle Qing, we can't arrive empty-handed. Think about what gifts would be suitable. They should be both valuable and appropriate. Oh, and there's more. Tomorrow, Aunt Qing, you can purchase some renowned desserts, preserves, delicacies, and the like and send them over. Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing consented. The elderly couple exchanged glances, their emotions a blend of amusement and fondness. They understood that their young master had mentioned this not just because he was visiting them the following day but for other, undisclosed reasons. Unable to contain her curiosity, Aunt Qing gently reminded him, young master. There are some matters that become more challenging to address the longer they are postponed. When do you plan to discuss that with them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:10, I'm not prepared. Uncle Qing nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. It's better to address it sooner rather than later. Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao are reasonable individuals, and I doubt they will have any objections. Indeed. Procrastination might make us appear insincere, and it could even irk Lord Xiao. He may appear gentle, but when angered, he can be quite formidable. Absolutely. Zhao Shu responded with a nervous expression. A tingling sensation ran down Zhao Shu's spine, and he instinctively contemplated a hasty retreat. He meekly questioned, must we discuss it now? I'm not fully prepared yet. How about we wait until Lord Xiao returns from Qingdi? Who said it's not too late? Aunt Qing remained resolute, offering a warm smile. By then, it will indeed be too late. Discussing such matters sooner rather than later demonstrates your sincerity. Young master, why don't you prepare for it tomorrow? We can converse in 2 days. Zhao Shu. Uncle Qing cleared his throat. Young master, do keep in mind that two may keep counsel, putting one away. If Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao discover this through other channels, the consequences. Zhao Shu shuddered and hastily replied, yes, yes. Count me in. I'll certainly discuss it when I visit the day after tomorrow. In such a scenario, there was no room for explanation, and Lord Xiao might react quite harshly. For some reason, this was his instinctual reaction. Observing his response, both Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They continued to offer him encouragement and support as they went on their way. Once they had departed, Xiao Yunduan's attention wandered for a moment before he turned to Qiao Xian. Do you find Zhao Shu and his attendants a bit peculiar? Qiao Xian was taken aback and responded with a smile. No, why would you think that? Xiao Yunduan chuckled. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. He sensed that Zhao Shu avoided making eye contact with him, appearing as if he were burdened by a guilty conscience, attempting to win his favor. Qiao Xian unwrapped the gift and exclaimed, "This is far too extravagant. Young Master Zhao is wealthy, but he shouldn't be this extravagant." Zhao Shu had offered such a lavish gift as an apology for not returning to Hangzhou before the new year. Qiao Xian knew it would be costly, as someone as indolent as Zhao Shu wouldn't have presented such a gift otherwise. Nevertheless, he didn't anticipate it being this extravagant. The gift contained over a dozen pieces of pure gold jewelry adorned with gemstones. The pair of auspicious she gold hairpins featured 7 or 8 gemstones in varying sizes, with the 2 largest rubies being even larger than a thumb, pure red and flawlessly transparent without any impurities. A gem of this caliber was valued at a minimum of 20,000 taels of silver. These golden hairpins alone were estimated to be worth 70,000 to 80,000 silver coins. The entire set of jewelry was likely valued at around 200,000 taels of silver. The gift was truly exorbitant. Additionally, there was a simple and refined white porcelain flower tea set, worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Yunduan was equally surprised. They exchanged glances. Could it be that young Master Zhao encountered some trouble? Or perhaps he believes we're overly petty and is upset about his inability to return to Hangzhou in time, so he's making amends. Xiao Yunduan furrowed his brows and shook his head with a smile. I don't think so. He lacks understanding and, I believe, so do Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing. Perhaps he is seeking our favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:11. Strange. Xiao Yunduan pondered her attempts to please him and felt that his intuition might be accurate, after all. Upon hearing Xiao Yunduan's thoughts, Qiao Xian decided not to dwell on it. She responded with a smile, "No need to overthink it. Since he's here, let's welcome him warmly. We can reciprocate with a generous gift when he gets married." They had already accepted the gift, so it wouldn't be appropriate to return it. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were aware that a wealthy individual like Zhao Shu wouldn't be troubled by 200,000 silver taels. He wasn't hurt by this gift, otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted it. Surprisingly, it seemed that Zhao Shu was quite eager to give gifts. The next day and the day after, Aunt Qing visited with gifts either as valuable as the previous ones or items purchased in the capital. On the first day, they brought exquisite treats from Jinxiang restaurant and top-grade swiftlet nests. The second day, they gifted 18 types of candied fruits and a box of sea cucumbers and abalones. Qiao Xian began to feel that their politeness was excessive, and she intended to decline the gifts. However, Aunt Qing, with a friendly smile, insisted that the gifts were of little value and it would be impolite not to accept them. Thus, Qiao Xian had no choice but to accept. Xiao Yunduan became increasingly convinced that Zhao Shu had a hidden agenda. He decided to wait and see what he had in store. Come on the day of Zhao Shu's visit, Qiao Xian prepared a lavish meal, including a seafood feast, chicken and turtle casserole, longan duck soup, steamed ham, winter bamboo shoots with buns, and stir-fried pea shoots. While it appeared to be a simple home-cooked meal, she had invested significant effort and used high-quality ingredients. Cooking a pot of premium soup alone required a multitude of delicacies. Each dish was carefully prepared, whetting the appetite. It was evident that they had gone to great lengths to make the meal special. Madame Xiao's culinary skills are truly exceptional. We're in for a treat today. Zhao Shu praised. Qiao Xian playfully responded, I haven't even tasted it yet, and young Master Zhao is already singing my praises. Don't be disappointed. Zhao Shu chuckled, no. It looks delicious, so it must be really delicious. Qiao Xian couldn't help but laugh. With no outsiders present and a limited number of people, there was no need for formalities. The three of them sat down at the table, and Xiao Yunduan, as the host, took the initiative to invite everyone to start the meal. Zhao Shu was courteous and appreciative, responding appropriately and savoring the meal. After the meal, they enjoyed tea and chatted in a warm room with a heated brick bed and a large fire basin. The cozy ambience dispelled the cold chill of early spring. Zhao Shu appeared distracted, as if he had something to say. Even Qiao Xian sensed that something was amiss. Xiao Yunduan found it amusing. What was going through this man's mind? Why was he struggling so much? If he continued to hesitate like this, he might never find the words to say. Regardless of the topic, Xiao Yunduan wanted to get to the bottom of it. After all, they were business partners, and he and his wife were soon departing for Qingdi. He needed Zhao Shu to oversee their affairs, so there shouldn't be any reservations. Although he had connections with the East Palace, Xiao Yunduan wasn't audacious enough to request the Crown Prince's involvement in their family business. Even if he were to seek assistance from the Crown Prince and it was granted, he would still delegate the management of the business to the palace stewards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:12 Reaction. Who among the stewards of the East Palace didn't hold themselves in high regard? During that time, expecting them to care for their affairs was wishful thinking. Avoiding causing trouble and making things difficult for them would be more realistic. With Xiao Yunduan and his wife absent, how could Songshu dare to oppose an East Palace steward? Xiao Yunduan gave Zhao Shu a playful glance and said with a grin, "Young Master Zhao, are you facing a dilemma? Why don't you share your troubles? I might be able to offer some advice." "Ah. No, no." Zhao Shu was taken aback, rapidly shaking his head and waving his hands as if by reflex. He repeated the motion several times. Zhao Shu's face reddened as he stammered. Zhao Shu was generally an open-minded person. His mother, Madame Jing, had instilled good values in him. Even though he had been mistreated by his biological father and harbored hatred while seeking the truth for his mother, it hadn't made him become bitter or gloomy. It was a rare sight to see straightforward Zhao Shu stammering in such a manner, appearing somewhat lost and guilty. It was truly intriguing. Qiao Xian couldn't contain her laughter and teased, "Young Master Zhao, do you not consider us your friends?" "Calm, no. Absolutely not." Zhao Shu shook his head even more fervently. Qiao Xian suddenly caught on and her eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Is young Master Zhao in love and planning to get married? Why be so embarrassed?" Zhao Shu covered his mouth, bent over, and began coughing uncontrollably, nearly choking on his own saliva. Cough. Qiao Xian was speechless. Wasn't the reaction a little too big? She couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yunduan was equally baffled. "Young Master Zhao, don't worry, not in a hurry." Zhao Shu was anxious. Even Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing were standing by, feeling anxious on his behalf. At this moment, Zhao Shu steeled himself, throwing caution to the wind. He stood up abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he advanced, lifted his robe, and knelt down in front of Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. "Lord Xiao, Madam Xiao, I wish to marry Tao Tao. She said she'll abide by your decision regarding her marriage. Please grant my request." The room fell into an eerie silence. Qiao Xian's mouth hung open, her eyes wide, as if in a trance. Xiao Yunduan remained expressionless. Zhao Shu's heart raced, his anxiety akin to the tension of a plucked zither string. He kept his head bowed, pleading earnestly, "Lord Xiao, Madam Xiao, please grant my wish." Seeing this, Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing weren't sure whether to laugh or cry. What on earth was their young master doing? And why did he choose this moment to kneel? Moreover, it was a joyful occasion. Why would he kneel? Yet, as their master had knelt down, it would be improper for them to remain standing, so they knelt behind him. Uncle Qing said, "Lord Xiao, Madam Xiao, our young master is truly sincere." Aunt Qing added, "Yes, indeed. Our young master is absolutely serious." Xiao Yunduan ignored Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing's words, focusing solely on Zhao Shu. He spoke in an even tone, "Say that again." Qiao Xian exhaled deeply, placing a hand on her chest. This was just, utterly unbelievable, wasn't it? What on earth was happening here? Zhao Shu gathered his courage and repeated himself, earnestly and respectfully, as if he had said it exactly as he intended, I wish to marry Tao Tao. Please, Lord Xiao, Madam Xiao, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:13, A Little Awkward Bang. Xiao Yunduan slammed her fist onto the coffee table beside her, her gaze icy as she locked eyes with Zhao Shu. I thought that as partners, we should stick to the rules and refrain from interfering in each other's affairs. Do not investigate my family any further, or you'll leave me with no choice but to be impolite. Zhao Shu was left utterly bewildered, his mind went blank as he stood there, dazed. Quickly, Uncle Qing stepped in and clarified, Lord Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Our young master is genuinely interested in marrying Miss Xiao. He's not seeking a mere marriage alliance. Zhao Shu snapped out of his stupor and anxiously exclaimed, Yes, yes, Lord Xiao, I'm innocent. Please don't think that way. I genuinely want to marry Tao Tao. How could Lord Xiao possibly misconstrue his intentions? Zhao Shu was shocked and wrongly accused. Xiao Yunduan, however, remained skeptical of his words. Is that so? Have you been to our village? What were you doing there? The trio of master and servants found themselves at a loss. Common uncomfortable silence hung in the air. Zhao Shu averted his gaze, his smile carrying a hint of guilt. You're absolutely right, Qiao Xian offered a reassuring smile. Young Master Zhao, please rise. Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing, take your seats. Let's have an open conversation and clear the air. Zhao Shu gratefully nodded to Qiao Xian but proceeded with caution. He glanced at Xiao Yunduan's uninviting expression. Only when he noticed no signs of her intervening did he gingerly get to his feet. Thank you, Madam Xiao. Seeing Zhao Shu's movements, Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing followed suit. Zhao Shu sat down, still on edge. As he caught the unfriendly look Xiao Yunduan was giving him, a shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't afford any further delay and began explaining everything from the very beginning. Speaking of this, it all began with mere curiosity. Zhao Shu was genuinely thrilled about Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's victory over Zhao Mu and held them in high regard. Upon learning that they hailed from Yuzhang, he couldn't resist his inquisitiveness. Coincidentally, he found himself with plenty of leisure time. After all, his family had left behind a capable team of managers to handle their affairs. Delegation was the name of the game, and there were always competent individuals to carry out his instructions. With that in mind, he decided to explore Yuzhang and enjoy his time there. During his stay in Yuzhang, he serendipitously made the acquaintance of Yuezheng Xiao. It struck him that Madame Xiao, who had a remarkable aura about her, might be a well-known figure in Yuzhang as well. Lord Xiao, despite his humble origins, had never faced financial woes after settling in the capital. On the contrary, they were exceedingly generous with their wealth. It was clear that their prosperity couldn't have been amassed through farming alone. This piqued Zhao Shu's curiosity, and he couldn't help but pose the question to Yuezheng Xiao. After some inquiries, the pieces fell into place. What a coincidence! Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had a close connection to one another. This revelation further deepened Zhao Shu's admiration for the pair. Thus, he decided to journey from the provincial city to Heshan County with the intention of visiting the Xiao family in Shouting Village. After all, he was already in the vicinity. As business partners, and with Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao being occupied in the capital, he saw his visit as an opportunity to exchange news and share their experiences. It was a natural extension of their relationship. Miss Fong and Tao Tao missed Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian deeply, but they understood that the distance and the demands of their capital life made frequent visits impractical, especially for Xiao Yunduan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:14. Zhao Shu's tears and laughter. The moment Zhao Shu arrived, he was met with joy from Miss Fong, Yang Xiaoni, Xiao Sanlang, and the entire family. He was treated with the utmost respect, like an honored guest. However, Tao Tao remained skeptical amidst the celebrations. She confided in her mother, expressing her concerns about this newcomer. She noted that he didn't possess any letters from her fifth brother or fifth sister-in-law, nor any tokens she recognized. How could she blindly trust his every word? What if he was a deceitful impostor with hidden agendas? What if he was not a friend of fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law, but an adversary? What if he had deliberately infiltrated their home to stir up trouble? Miss Fong was seized by anxiety, her brow furrowing. She reassured Tao Tao, "Thank goodness, my Tao Tao is perceptive and cautious. You're absolutely right. Unlike me, I was so elated that I nearly lost my wits. Oh dear, what if this jeopardizes your fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law? What am I to do?" Her tone hardened as she scolded, "Your brothers and sisters-in-law are all a bit thoughtless and didn't consider these possibilities. They're truly thoughtless. Tomorrow morning, I'll discreetly have your third brother keep an eye on them. I might have to send them away." Tao Tao offered a reassuring smile and suggested, "Mother, perhaps our brothers and sisters-in-law were just too overjoyed and didn't think things through. It may not be wise to chase them away hastily. What if they are indeed friends of fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law? Don't you want to learn about their well-being?" Miss Fong hesitated once more, her longing for her son and daughter-in-law undeniable. The distance between them was simply too vast. Her heart ached at the thought of missed opportunities. Tao Tao had a clear plan in mind. "It's quite simple. Let's exercise caution and discreet vigilance, probing their intentions before taking action. If they prove to have ulterior motives, well, our family won't be easy to intimidate." Given the Xiao family's esteemed reputation in the village, numerous individuals were more than willing to lend their assistance. Furthermore, the Xiao family was blessed with a surplus of male members. Miss Fong beamed with delight and exclaimed, "That settles it." Mother and daughter began their discussion. By a stroke of coincidence, their conversation unfolded in the backyard, and Zhao Shu, who had been curiously wandering about, happened to overhear most of it. Caught in a quandary, Zhao Shu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he held no grudge against Tao Tao for her suspicions. After all, he was an absolute stranger to the Xiao family, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Why should they readily trust him? In reality, he was truthful and harbored no ill intentions. He was more than willing to divulge any information and face the Xiao family's scrutiny without trepidation. In fact, not only did Miss Fong and the others put their faith in Zhao Shu, but he also seized the opportunity to foster a connection with Tao Tao. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but cast an icy glare at Zhao Shu. Why had he failed to discern the peculiar rapport between them? It was blatantly apparent that this individual's tone bore an air of familiarity, as if he had encountered such situations before. The more Xiao Yunduan scrutinized this person, the more he found himself disliking him. This individual had employed flowery words and tactics to deceive Tao Tao. Having grown up in the opulent and picturesque environs of Jiangnan, he was well versed in all aspects of indulgence and revelry, boasting a rich repository of tricks. How unsuspecting was Cao Cao? She had never encountered such a scenario, making her susceptibility to deception entirely plausible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14-15. You're finally an understanding person. This behavior was truly reprehensible. Xiao Yunduan paid no heed to anything further that Zhao Shu had to say. In any case, it was abundantly clear that Cao Cao had fallen for him, and his family seemed to be quite taken with him as well. Thankfully, his family wasn't hasty. They understood that decisions of this magnitude should be made by him and his wife. Fortunately, after a while, Zhao Shu completed his discourse and turned towards Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Xiao Yunduan fixed him with a withering glare that sent shivers down Zhao Shu's spine. He averted his gaze, bowing his head as though he had committed an offense, appearing pitiable. Qiao Xian struggled to stifle a laugh, knowing that her husband was furious at that moment, and she didn't want to disrespect him by laughing. Calm, I understand. Young Master Zhao, it's growing late. Why don't you return for now? Madam Xiao, but, you may leave now, Qiao Xian said, her voice gentle but resolute, a smile gracing her face. We'll discuss this further later. Zhao Shu regarded her with a pleading expression. Qiao Xian, feeling a hint of remorse, explained, Cao Cao is the sole daughter in our family, and she's cherished by everyone, especially our old master, who holds her in high regard. But you sprang this on us so suddenly. We need some time to process this, don't you think? Moreover, marriage is a momentous decision, and it wouldn't be prudent to rely solely on your word, wouldn't you agree? It was a valid point, but Zhao Shu couldn't help but feel that Lord Xiao was harboring ill feelings towards him. He was still agitated. Aunt Qing chimed in with a warm smile. Madam Xiao is right. Young Master is at fault in this matter. How about we revisit this once Lord Xiao returns from Qingdi? Young Master's intentions toward Miss Xiao are sincere, so please have faith in Lord Xiao. His young master had formed a friendship with Lord Xiao and Madam Xiao, but venturing into their hometown and pursuing a romantic connection with a local girl raised suspicions. It was challenging to explain if his intentions weren't genuine. It was only natural for Lord Xiao to be incensed. In truth, when Aunt Qing and Uncle Qing learned that their young master had visited someone else's home and proposed marriage, they foresaw that this situation could turn problematic. However, young master genuinely appeared to have feelings for Miss Xiao. Over the years, numerous women had persistently pursued young master, and many families had expressed their desire for a matrimonial alliance. Yet, the young master had steadfastly declined these offers. To win over Miss Xiao's affections, he had taken the initiative to correspond with her from Yuzhang and purchased various gifts from Hangzhou that girls typically appreciated. Such efforts were clearly not mere capricious whims. After all, young master had encountered countless charming young ladies before. If he had a genuine interest in impressing a girl, Yuzhang province offered an array of splendid options. Qiao Xian couldn't help but think, you certainly comprehend. Of course. You can head back for now. Very well, Madam Xiao. Without further explanation, Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing escorted Zhao Shu away. Turning around, Zhao Shu noticed that Xiao Yunduan hadn't even spared him a glance. Frustration welled up within him, understanding that it was improbable to secure a definitive response. He departed unhappily. As they settled into the carriage, Cao Cao sighed and pondered, Uncle Qing, Aunt Qing, do you reckon Madam Xiao might offer some clarity if I return tomorrow? Or perhaps after she gives birth? Uncle Qing and Aunt Qing exchanged a bemused look, torn between laughter and exasperation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:16. Zhao Shu's thoughts. Aunt Qing found amusement in the situation. Young master, why the rush? Didn't you mention that the Xiao family has taken a liking to you, and Miss Xiao seems interested? Lord Xiao is a gentleman, he doesn't require a formal marriage alliance for his sister. Naturally, he will approve of anyone his sister favors. Nevertheless, I must admit that our actions may have been somewhat thoughtless. It seems like we've inadvertently complicated matters for the girl in the Xiao family due to Lord Xiao. It's no wonder Lord Xiao might be a bit irritated. Thankfully, you're an upstanding young man, young master, or Lord Xiao might have been even less amicable. Zhao Shu rubbed his nose, feeling a touch of guilt. I didn't anticipate this either. To be honest, I had merely intended to pay a visit on behalf of Lord Xiao and reconnect with my family. I didn't foresee, his expression softened, and a faint smile graced his lips as he continued, I didn't anticipate it would turn out this way. He hadn't anticipated that the girl from the Xiao family would be so captivating and pure-hearted. He had fallen in love with her and wasn't willing to let her go to anyone else. This is why we must exercise patience in this matter. Zhao Shu inquired, Aunt Qing, do you believe Lord Xiao will eventually agree? Aunt Qing thought for a moment before responding, don't put me on the spot with that question. I couldn't possibly provide a definitive answer. Calm, just have faith. As long as it's in Miss Xiao's best interest, I'm confident that Lord Xiao will ultimately give his approval. Zhao Shu instinctively puffed out his chest. No one can care for Tao Tao better than me. Aunt Qing. It was good that he possessed such confidence. Zhao Shu sighed once more. I'm uncertain about Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao's stance on this, Xiao Yunduan expressed his annoyance. This Zhao Shu is simply unbelievable. What does he intend to do at our residence? Tao Tao, could it be that she truly harbors affection for him? Xiao Yunduan was strongly opposed to it, harboring serious doubts about Zhao Shu's true intentions. Being the trusted aide of the Crown Prince, he feared that any ulterior motives could negatively affect his family members who were thousands of miles away. The mere fact that Zhao Shu had undertaken such a lengthy journey left him with underlying concerns. The concern was that if Zhao Shu could come, it opened the door for others to follow. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but ponder Zhao Shu's true intentions. Zhao Shu was clearly not as candid and straightforward as he appeared on the surface. If he had any hidden agenda, Tao Tao might not be equipped to handle it. Qiao Xian posed a question, what if Tao Tao genuinely has feelings for him? Would you still object? Xiao Yunduan found himself at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he gently shook his head and furrowed his brow. I'm not sure either. Once Tao Tao established her own reputation, she would never settle for an ordinary farmer. That wouldn't be fair to her. On the other hand, they couldn't marry her off to high-ranking officials' families either. That would come with its own set of challenges and potential suffering for Tao Tao. Tao Tao's situation might appear as if she had the freedom to choose a spouse without familial pressures, but finding a suitable match was proving to be quite the challenge. Qiao Xian remarked, we've had substantial interaction with young Master Zhao over a considerable period, and we've learned that he isn't a deceitful individual. With no elders or brothers, perhaps it would be wonderful if he could marry Tao Tao. Xiao Yunduan regarded Qiao Xian thoughtfully. Qiao Xian locked eyes with him. Don't underestimate Tao Tao. She's in charge of crafting lipsticks in the flower fields, and when she's busy, she supervises a team of 30 people. She's highly capable. The Zhao family is involved in business as well, isn't that a wonderful match? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:17. She didn't know if Zhao Shu could do it. If Tao Tao and young Master Zhao truly love each other, I believe it could be a good match. Furthermore, you hold an official position, and he's a common citizen. We still have a significant stake in the perfume workshop. If he were to ever disappoint Tao Tao, we wouldn't let him get away with it. If you're concerned about Tao Tao, there's only so much you can do. Tao Tao will eventually marry. Regardless of which family she marries into, there will always be worries. No family is without its complexities. Xiao Yunduan's countenance softened as he fell silent. Qiao Xian smiled and continued, however, speaking of young Master Zhao, he does seem rather mysterious. Let's set this matter aside for now. When we return from Qingdi, I'll go back and inquire about what's happening. Xiao Yunduan agreed, saying, I believe that's a prudent approach. We'll discuss it when we return. If Mom consents, Tao Tao, well, it may not be out of the question. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Tao Tao had always been so compliant, and now she was on the verge of marriage. Qiao Xian burst into laughter. If young Master Zhao is sincere and Tao Tao is interested, it's a positive development. If you're already this apprehensive arranging your sister's marriage, you'll be even more anxious when it comes to marrying off our daughter in the future. Calm recognizing that her comment might have been inappropriate, she blushed involuntarily. Xiao Yunduan embraced her, smiling. It won't be easy for just anyone to marry our daughter. After all, our daughter is the best daughter in the world. Qiao Xian's face grew even redder as she retorted, enough. Xiao Yunduan whispered in her ear, if you don't want to discuss it, we won't. Our focus should be on our daughter. Xiao Yunduan chuckled and carried her back to their room. Some matters could be set aside. The following day, Zhao Shu didn't dare to visit the restaurant, but Aunt Qing came to deliver more gifts. The roast suckling pig had been marinated, and the lamb had been expertly prepared and cleaned. She mentioned that she intended to provide additional food for Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao. To both families, this offering wasn't considered extravagant, rather, it served as a token of their gratitude. Qiao Xian graciously accepted the gifts and reciprocated with 2 portions of venison that the Prince of Qingdi had sent her 2 days earlier. She addressed Aunt Qing with sincerity, Aunt Qing, please refrain from sending more in the future. There's an abundance of provisions, and my husband and I won't be able to consume them all in a short period. You might not be familiar with my husband, but in my opinion, young Master Zhao should simply focus on what's necessary and set aside any additional concerns. We can discuss other matters once my husband returns from Qingdi. Aunt Qing agreed, very well, I shall follow your instructions. I won't come tomorrow. However, if you don't mind, Madame Xiao, may I ask something? Madame Xiao, it's crucial for our young master to be genuinely sincere about Miss Xiao. If he's fortunate enough to wed Miss Xiao, he must treat her with utmost care in the future. Qiao Xian turned to Aunt Qing and smiled, our family holds a deep affection for Tao Tao, and we desire nothing more than her happiness. While I recognize that young Master Zhao is a truly admirable person, it's essential that Tao Tao isn't subjected to any undue hardship. My husband has always aimed to find Tao Tao a man who wholeheartedly loves her and remains unwavering in his commitment, with no intentions of taking additional concubines. Aunt Qing pondered for a moment and respectfully nodded to Qiao Xian. Thank you, Madame Xiao. I'll convey this message to our young master. Qiao Xian acknowledged her response. Aunt Qing, however, was uncertain whether her young master would consent to such terms. Observing her reaction, Qiao Xian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. She was uncertain whether Zhao Shu could adhere to these conditions or not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:18, This Brainless. This was what genuinely troubled her husband. If he couldn't uphold this commitment, he would have to relinquish this prospective marriage. In that scenario, Tao Tao, who had already been deeply touched, was destined to endure heartache and hardship. In the end, Cao Cao might either persist in her suffering, or the Xiao family might compromise. However, was Cao Cao truly accustomed to the conflicts that often arose between wives and concubines within the household? Wouldn't she suffer greatly? Unexpectedly, Zhao Shu paid a visit that evening. Before Xiao Yunduan could request his departure, Zhao Shu spoke earnestly, "Lord Xiao, I will never take a concubine in my lifetime, and I won't entertain the thought of another woman. I genuinely care for Cao Cao, and she's all I need. I made a promise to my late mother, so rest assured, Lord Xiao. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." With that, Zhao Shu hurriedly left. Calm Xiao Yunduan was left dumbfounded, unable to make sense of the situation. Reflecting on Zhao Shu's words, when Xiao Yunduan recounted the encounter to Qiao Xian, she couldn't help but burst into laughter and shared details of Aunt Qing's recent visit. Xiao Yunduan finally grasped the meaning behind those words. Though unconventional, it seemed to carry weight. Zhao Shu held profound respect for his departed mother, and he wouldn't jest about her memory. It was evident that his words held authenticity. The Zhao family's tumultuous history, largely influenced by Miss Qin and her son, contributed to this complex situation. It made sense that Zhao Shu wanted to ensure history didn't repeat itself. Xiao Yunduan's resistance began to wane. As for Xiaoding village, at the time, Zhao Shu's arrival had garnered significant attention. The primary reason for this was his down-to-earth demeanor. He was a young and handsome man with a warm and passionate personality. He enjoyed exploring every corner of the village, engaging in friendly conversations with the land officer and other locals. His generosity also won people over. Despite his short stay in the village, he quickly became a beloved figure. His friendly disposition and open-handedness endeared him to everyone. After a while, Zhao Shu developed feelings for Cao Cao and approached Miss Fang and eldest uncle about it, but eldest uncle wasn't enthusiastic. Eldest uncle was well aware of their family's modest background and felt they weren't suited for such an affluent household. Miss Fang, on the other hand, held a favorable opinion of Zhao Shu. She saw him as a genuinely kind-hearted person without any ulterior motives. He lacked the guidance of a doting father and had lost his mother, which made him quite endearing to her. However, she was concerned that she might not be thinking it through thoroughly, so she deferred to Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian to make the final decision. Thus, Zhao Shu remained in limbo. Cao Cao had developed a fondness for him as well. While her parents hadn't directly mentioned it to her, she was perceptive and sensed their inclination. Upon seeing Zhao Shu again, she couldn't help but feel a touch of shyness. Nevertheless, her life experiences had taught her to push through her shyness and do what was necessary. Even though she and Zhao Shu were often in each other's company, they maintained a silent understanding, communicating politely with occasional meaningful glances. Zhao Shu's considerate nature added a unique sweetness to their interactions. Moreover, since Zhao Shu was residing in the first section of the family, which was quite extensive, as a friend of Xiao Yunduan, he made sure not to cause any disturbances unless circumstances necessitated it. However, while the first section of the family aimed to uphold their reputation, not everyone in the vicinity shared the same sense of decorum. Xiao Xiaoji from the third section was also approaching the age when discussions of marriage were expected. However, Ms. Ma had taken a lesson from the ordeal that befell the second section of the family. She was waiting for her son to reach maturity next year, possibly achieving the status of an advanced scholar or something similar. It was only then that she planned to arrange Xiao Ziota's marriage. The prospect seemed to offer the freedom of choice. Yet, upon encountering Zhao Shu, both Ms. Ma and third uncle couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:19. A family's thoughts. His son was undeniably a good person, but the unspoken agreement between them left them hesitant to guarantee that their son would certainly pass the intermediate examinations next year. What if If he didn't succeed, another 3 years of waiting would be necessary, a prospect Zhao Xiaoji couldn't afford. Moreover, young Master Zhao was undeniably wealthy. With no parents, elders, or siblings to share his wealth with, should their daughter marry into his family, she would become the mistress of the household. As the sole elders of young Master Zhao, they would enjoy considerable riches. The prospect was undeniably appealing. Ms. Ma even began to sympathize with Zhao Shu, saying, "Young Master Zhao excels in many areas, but he's overly generous and somewhat indolent. How can he spend so extravagantly? Treating all those unrelated people to meals and drinks constantly. If he were to become our son-in-law, I'd have to teach him a thing or two. This extravagant generosity can't continue, with people taking advantage without offering anything in return." Third uncle concurred, stating, "Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. He's still young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. As his elders, we should guide him, so I'll take it upon myself to do just that." I'm on board too. Ms. Ma didn't want to be left behind, adding with a chuckle, "The ones who've been taken advantage of the most are elder brother and sister-in-law. Young Master Zhao has enjoyed their hospitality while staying at their home. I'll make sure they return everything he's benefited from." "That's right." The couple engaged in a spirited conversation. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaoji shared her feelings with Ms. Ma. She had developed feelings for young Master Zhao. Ms. Ma was absolutely thrilled to hear this. "Ah!" Third uncle exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. "This is destiny at work. To meet unexpectedly from thousands of miles away, it's true serendipity. Otherwise, how could things align so perfectly? Just as you were considering a proposal, young Master Zhao arrived." Zhao Xiaoji blushed and turned away, feeling shy. "Mother," Ms. Ma laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Silly girl, this is a wonderful opportunity, why are you so bashful? I'll speak with him tomorrow, no, today." Zhao Xiaoji grew even more embarrassed. She couldn't help but express her concern. But what if elder aunt disagrees? What if she causes trouble? Ms. Ma sneered. She wouldn't dare. "Oh my, she's quite the troublemaker, she just might have the audacity to do so. I won't inform her yet, instead, I'll tell your uncle." "Well, prepare a feast with food and wine, and have your uncle bring young Master Zhao here." By sharing a meal together before discussing the matter, they were sure to be successful. "When the time comes, dress up elegantly and put on your new attire. Adorn yourself with silk flowers and silver hairpins. You still have some cosmetics, don't you? Put those on as well." The family situation had improved, and Zhao Xiaoji had acquired a few new outfits and silver accessories. Zhao Xiaoji bashfully agreed, saying, "Mother, do you think elder aunt will also like young Master Zhao? After all, Tao also needs to marry, right?" "What if, no, she won't," Ms. Ma asserted, her expression stern as she snorted. "Don't even entertain such thoughts. Tao has your fifth cousin, doesn't she? Your fifth cousin will find a match for her. She won't try to take young Master Zhao from you, or you'll have a confrontation with them." Xiao Ziota's heart fluttered with relief. Ms. Ma was eager to see her daughter marry Zhao Shu soon, so she instructed third uncle to bring eldest uncle home. Having learned their lesson, they didn't want to inform Ms. Fang, who had Xiao Yunduan as her protector, about their plans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1420, Unwilling to go. Even if you were to provide assistance, achieving the desired results would still elude her. Their dissatisfaction extended to eldest uncle as well, of course. They could only fault him for his superficial displays of kindness, masquerading as a caring brother and family member. These titles were nothing but empty words. If he truly desired it, He believed he could exert influence over Ms. Fang's younger associates. After all, he was the family's patriarch. By threatening them with dire consequences, Ms. Fang, Xiao Dalong, and the others would not dare to defy him. However, he had never resorted to such tactics before. He merely requested their gratitude and expected them to respond in kind. Such a beautiful gesture seemed elusive. Calm nevertheless, at this moment, if he was willing to perform these superficial tasks, it would suffice. Third uncle and Mrs. Ma had originally intended to inform eldest uncle of their interest in Zhao Shu, hoping that eldest uncle would advocate for him in the third section. But upon reaching eldest uncle, third uncle had a change of heart. What if eldest brother declined to assist? They might as well keep silent and invite young Master Zhao to their home instead. Third uncle wished to entertain young Master Zhao, but eldest uncle did not view it as a significant matter. He believed third uncle was trying to establish a friendship between young Master Zhao and Xiao Lulang, so he readily consented. Third uncle was delighted. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shu was reluctant to comply. Despite his brief time in Shouting Village, he had become well-liked and developed affection for Tao Tao. Many villagers favored the gossips. What couldn't he learn about? Zhao Shu had a clear understanding of the dynamics within the Xiao family's first, third, and second sections. Undoubtedly, his loyalty lay with the first section of the family. His encounters with Ms. Ma, third uncle, Ms. Niu, and others only deepened his dislike for them. There were individuals he simply couldn't tolerate. A single glance was enough to fuel his aversion. When the third section proposed treating him to a meal, he adamantly refused. Not only did Zhao Shu decline the offer, but he also went to Miss Fang and Tao Tao to share his decision, hoping to gain their favor. Tao Tao found it amusing, while Miss Fang was delighted and praised him. A prospective son-in-law with such an unspoken mutual understanding was truly on their side. Mount Morality Immortal stood majestic and grand. It stood at the center of the central divine continent, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, the Taoist Immortal sect had been situated upon this mountain, overlooking all beings from its lofty height. However, today, the pillar that countless cultivators of the central divine continent looked up to, was now submerged in surging vital energy. The sound of rushing water echoed. Brilliant and shocking vital energy, mighty and overwhelming, collided fiercely with the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal. At every instant, a vast amount of vital energy evaporated while also causing numerous sections of the sect protection array to collapse. Still, the submerging vital energy engulfing Mount Morality Immortal did not show any signs of slowing, seeming endless and boundless. What's going on? Has someone dared to attack the Taoist Immortal sect? This red vastness is the power of vital energy. How can there be such immense vital energy? Most of the Taoist Immortal sect disciples had yet to react. Just moments ago, they were cultivating in their own caves, and the next, they felt terrifying fluctuations coming from the direction of the cloud mist-blessed land. Then, this was the scene they were faced with now. The grand Mount Morality Immortal had been submerged in surging vital energy, and at this moment, countless formations within the mountain were activated, resisting the erosion of the vital energy. Eldest uncle was taken aback and remained lost in thought for quite some time. Elder brother, we implore you to assist us in this matter. Xiaoji is your own niece. In my opinion, Yun Duan currently holds a high-ranking position in the capital. Our Lulang is gifted and has a bright future ahead. He's on track to be recommended for the Advanced Scholar examination next year, and if he succeeds in the mid-year assessment, he could secure an official position. Our family has undergone significant changes. We are now worthy of young Master Zhao's consideration. Eldest uncle felt a deep sense of bitterness welling up within him. How had things come to this point? So, young Master Zhao had approached me and Ms. Fang about marrying Tao Tao, but I didn't agree to it, and Miss Fong likely had her reservations as well since she deferred the decision to our fifth son and his wife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1421. Dream On. He had initially contemplated finding a reason to send young Master Zhao away, but Miss Fong interjected, explaining that he was a friend of their fifth son, and she had reservations about the marriage. Since there were no disputes or unpleasant incidents, he chose to let him stay. In any case, their fifth son was present, and he wouldn't risk anything that might harm his interests. After pondering it further, he concurred with the decision, opting not to insist on driving him away. However, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on young Master Zhao, both in the open and behind the scenes, concerned that he might engage in something with Tao Tao. Unexpectedly, third brother and his wife actually took a liking to young Master Zhao as a potential son-in-law. What could he possibly say to this? Third uncle grew irritated with him. Elder brother, you're not going to help with such a minor matter. I'm not asking for much, I just want you to extend an invitation to him at my home. I'll handle the rest. Xiaoji is such a fine young lady and is destined to be the spouse of an official. She's already in that position. Besides, he comes from a prosperous family, why would he dislike us? Third brother, eldest uncle sighed. The Zhao family is quite distant, and you're willing to go that far. Why hesitate? As long as there's money, no, as long as the individual is suitable, why not? Besides, we don't have much to do here. Isn't it good to explore Jiangnan and broaden our horizons? Calm eldest uncle, he had hoped that third brother would back down, but it was apparent that he was deluding himself. Third brother, you see, young Master Zhao has a very refined taste. I'm concerned he might not be interested in marrying someone from our rural area. Nevertheless, Xiaoji is not just from an ordinary family, she's an official spouse. Elder brother, please help, regardless of your concerns. Indeed, Ms. Ma chimed in, unable to hold back. You're not young Master Zhao, how can you be certain he's unwilling? Could it be that elder brother has taken a liking to him as a son-in-law? What nonsense are you saying? That's not the case. Then, please help us. Very well. Elder brother, remember that. The persistent couple made it impossible for eldest uncle to escape. Annoyed, he reluctantly agreed. Zhao Shu couldn't fathom his uncle's behavior. Why was he insisting on making him dine in the third section? Being Tao Tao's biological father, he felt compelled to seek his aunt's advice. Ms. Fong expressed her exasperation, sneering, those two were never trustworthy to begin with. What are they up to now? If they are genuinely sincere, let them go ahead. I don't believe they can achieve anything in my presence. Zhao Shu chuckled, since you put it that way, I'll go and see. Auntie, don't let this bother you. It's not worth it. Ms. Fong smiled, well, I'm just giving them a hard time and letting you laugh at me. No, it's their fault entirely. You're not to blame, Auntie. Ha, you're quite the smooth talker. Hee, it's the truth. Everyone appreciates honesty. Ha 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 ha. Thus, Zhao Shu brought along the servant boy Tongs Hun. The couple from the third section of the family couldn't contain their joy, their smiles reaching from ear to ear. They welcomed him eagerly, as though Zhao Shu had already become their son-in-law. Xiao Lulang was absent, he preferred spending his time reading in the library. Qiao Xian had created a modern-looking library, complete with bookshelves, tables, chairs, and all the necessary amenities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1422. Instantly understanding, Xiao Lulang had a strong affinity for that place. He had the entire spacious second floor to himself, which he always locked when leaving. If Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were at home, they would not permit this behavior, but no one else dared to raise objections. Miss Fang, in particular, didn't mind. The space was still roomy enough for her to use. Xiao Lulang was well aware of Zhao Shu and his parents' intentions. In the past, he would have eagerly involved himself, but not anymore. Furthermore, he had reservations about the likelihood of their plan succeeding. However, he refrained from interfering, just in case. What if it actually worked? If it did, it could prove advantageous to him. After all, Zhao Shu exuded an air of sophistication, with his elegant yet understated attire, the fan in his hand, the jade pendant hanging from his waist, and the hairpin, all remarkable items. Moreover, Zhao Shu's nonchalant and natural attitude towards wealth hinted at a wealthier family background than Xiao Lulang had initially thought. If this endeavor failed, it was fine too. Hence, he pretended to be oblivious to the situation, spending most of his days in the academy's intermediate library. On a particular day, Ms. Ma and third uncle extended an invitation to Zhao Shu for dinner, but he chose not to return home. Zhao Shu had grown weary of the couple's overbearing and sycophantic hospitality. If it weren't for his uncle, he would have departed long ago. However, the couple remained oblivious and unfazed by his perfunctory attitude. They continued to chatter and laugh, lavishing him with exaggerated praise, repeating the same few words ad nauseum. Ms. Ma then went to prepare the meal and asked Xiao Xiaoji to assist. Upon seeing Xiao Ziota's attire, Zhao Shu struggled to contain his laughter. He quickly covered his mouth and coughed to suppress his amusement. The clothing was fashioned from high-quality Hang silk, most likely procured from the first section of the family. It bore a regal purple hue and was intricately embroidered with delicate orchids, exuding an aura of elegance and beauty. However, the tailoring left much to be desired, resulting in the clothes appearing rather unattractive. Moreover, the wearer, a village girl with the demeanor of a country girl, lacked any semblance of grace, talent, or refinement. Donning such attire only accentuated her awkwardness and peculiarity. To compound matters, her unevenly applied makeup, the disparity between her facial and neck skin tones, her pair of rough, weathered hands, a timid countenance, and the flamboyant silk and silver hairpin adorning her head, all combined to create a comical spectacle, no matter how you looked at it. Regrettably, she seemed blissfully oblivious to it all. Her slightly smug and bashful expression was enough to sour one's appetite. Upon laying eyes on Zhao Shu, third uncle and Mrs. Ma struggled to contain their laughter. Their amusement was uncontrollable. They exchanged glances, both overjoyed. Young Master Zhao was smiling at Xiaoji. Did this not imply that young Master Zhao was fond of their daughter? Oh, what wonderful news! Mrs. Ma took Xiaoji by the arm and exclaimed, all right, I have to get back to my duties. You can sit here. It's a rare occasion to have young Master Zhao here, so you young folks can have a good chat. Young Master Zhao, this is my daughter, Xiaoji. She's renowned throughout the land as an exceptional young woman, unrivaled in virtue and ability. Enough, off you go and cook. Don't let young Master Zhao go hungry. Third uncle interjected. Zhao Shu was taken aback. Observing Mrs. Ma and third uncle beaming at her and then looking at Xiaoji, who was blushing shyly, it suddenly dawned on her what was transpiring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1423, Slipped away. Zhao Shu seethed with anger. What was the third section of the family thinking? How could they consider such a timid girl worthy of him? He wasn't one to place much importance on family background, but he was certainly out of reach for a family like this. How could he stomach this? He stood up and forced a smile. I won't partake in this meal. I suddenly recalled that Auntie Fang prepared dumplings filled with shrimp and mushrooms this afternoon. I'll return home and have those dumplings. This meal wasn't particularly enticing, and it wasn't worth any potential complications. Hey! Third uncle attempted to halt him, grinning. You're already here. Tong's Hun pushed aside third uncle's hand. Just say what you want to say, don't touch him. My young master doesn't appreciate being manhandled. Third uncle shot an annoyed look at Tong's Hun, pondering that his servant was indeed audacious. Just wait, once your young master becomes my son-in-law, he'll teach you a lesson. Reluctantly, third uncle withdrew his hand and maintained a fawning smile toward Zhao Shu. Young Master Zhao, it's just a meal. We've prepared a variety of dishes, including chicken and fish. Young Master Zhao, please have a taste. No need. Zhao Shu smiled and insisted on departing. Third uncle grew anxious. Sigh. By the way, Zhao Shu suddenly paused and smiled at third uncle. My uncle has arranged a fiancé for me, and am dedicated to him. I'll be leaving in a few days, so I'll bid you farewell now, third uncle. Third uncle was taken aback. But, goodbye. Zhao Shu didn't give third uncle an opportunity to speak and swiftly made his escape. Third uncle contemplated chasing after him, but Tong's Hun restrained him, offering a sly smile. Master third uncle, stay put and don't trip. With those words, he let go and confidently walked away. Xiao Xiaoji was deeply shaken. She covered her face and hurried back to her room. Third uncle was left stupefied. He cast a glare at eldest uncle. Elder brother, why aren't you speaking up for us? Eldest uncle opened his mouth and let out a sigh. Let's just forget about it, what's the big deal? She already has a fiancé, even he was irritated. Zhao already had a fiancé, yet he had told third uncle and Miss Fang that he wanted to marry Tao Tao, and he was asking for their permission. Third uncle grew frustrated and impatiently pushed eldest uncle out the door. Just go. Sigh. Eldest uncle sighed as he stood in front of the closed doors. He then rushed home in anger. He intended to settle the score with that wretched Zhao Shu. To his astonishment, upon entering the courtyard, he found Zhao Shu and Miss Fang seated under the large sweet osmanthus tree, engrossed in conversation that had Miss Fang bursting into laughter. Eldest uncle grew even more incensed. Young Master Zhao. You, uncle. Oh, you've returned. Miss Fang sneered as she stood up and fixed him with an icy glare. Is the meal from the third branch to your liking? How could you stomach it? Eldest uncle was so infuriated that he pointed at Zhao Shu. Heath, what about him? Miss Fang retorted sharply. You have a poor memory, haven't you already been deceived by the third branch? Do you just believe everything they tell you? Young Master Zhao nearly got into serious trouble because of your actions. Thankfully, he was clever enough to make his escape. Zhao Shu offered a modest smile and respectfully clasped his hands before Miss Fang. I'm truly grateful, Aunt. Miss Fang waved her hand dismissively. No. You're an astute young man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1424, Understanding Eldest Uncle sneered. He might understand, but do you? He claimed he wanted to marry Tao Tao, but he already has a fiancé. He's a liar. However, Miss Fang remained unfazed by his accusation. She rolled her eyes and remarked, he's just trying to distance himself from the third branch, that's why he's being clever about it. Uncle, I've already explained this to Aunt. I'm only trying to appease third uncle and the others. Otherwise, I'm afraid they might get entangled and tarnish everyone's reputation. That wouldn't be appropriate. I shouldn't have deceived you. Please forgive me. Zhao Shu bowed respectfully to eldest uncle. Eldest uncle, after all this time, was he the only one who looked foolish? Ms. Fong quickly interjected, Zhao, don't be so formal. It's all a misunderstanding. My husband didn't know what was happening, and he made a mistake. I'm not holding it against you. Eldest uncle. Calm. Eldest uncle remained skeptical. Really? Zhao Shu smiled. Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, or Lord Qiao wouldn't forgive me. True. Ms. Fong sneered. You're quite something. You're assisting the third son and his wife. Are you out of your mind? It's not that I don't like Xiaoji, but do you really think she's a match for Zhao? Even Ms. Fong wasn't entirely convinced that Tao Tao could measure up to Zhao Shu. Tao Tao was considerably more capable than Xiaoji. Eldest uncle admitted with guilt, I third brother and his wife kept insisting that I should give it a try. Since Zhao Shu's arrival, it wasn't the first time eldest uncle had been observed engaging in foolish acts. Zhao Shu had grown accustomed to it and didn't hold it against him. Instead, he quickly spoke up to defend his uncle. Auntie, it's all because the third branch is causing so much trouble. Ms. Fong agreed, saying, you're absolutely right. Eldest uncle, they were his own brother and daughter-in-law. Ms. Fong praised Zhao Shu once more. You're so astute. Zhao Shu replied, Auntie, you're too generous. Eldest uncle felt even more embarrassed. He sighed and couldn't resist asking Zhao Shu, how did you figure it out? I mean, with them. Zhao Shu pursed his lips and adopted a disdainful expression. Without hesitation, he responded, I've encountered such situations many times. It's not so simple to outsmart me. How can parents continuously praise their daughter to a stranger and even insist on her accompanying a guest? Her intentions were all too obvious. If there wasn't an issue, it would be considered a miracle. Eldest uncle nearly clutched his chest, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Conversely, Ms. Fong was thoroughly delighted. She sneered, they can try whatever they want. Eldest uncle couldn't help but interject, enough. Feeling embarrassed, are we? Ms. Fong sneered. Then you should watch your own actions. Do you think they aren't feeling embarrassed? Eldest uncle didn't appreciate her words. Fine. He responded and walked away. Ms. Fong muttered, what an old fool. Eldest uncle believed the matter had come to a close. To his surprise, Xiao Xiaoji had a limited understanding of the world. She genuinely believed herself to be the future wife of an official and had taken a liking to Zhao Shu. She wept miserably at home. Ms. Ma was so irate that she berated eldest uncle incessantly. It seemed as though eldest uncle bore the blame for this setback. However, she wasn't willing to abandon the matter. She prodded third uncle, and the two of them approached eldest uncle once more. Ms. Ma then conveyed to him that she had developed an interest in Zhao Shu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1425, Disappointment. They implored eldest uncle to compel Zhao Shu into marrying Xiao Xiaoji. Concerning the arranged marriage within his clan, they suggested cancelling it or having Xiaoji marry ahead of time, while the other girl could serve as his concubine. The gatekeeper's words that were meant to pick on her were all swallowed back. Qiao Xian showed the identity, and despite her ordinary-looking dress, she was still Officer Qiao's daughter, whom the gatekeeper should not mock without reason. Also, second miss seemed like someone who could not be irritated easily. What if she caught her fault and vented anger on her? Even her own miss would not defend her at that time. Therefore, the gatekeeper made up her mind and let Qiao Xian in. She pointed in a direction and showed a passionate smile. You are second miss, right? Elder Miss Qiao and third miss as well as my miss are all at the pavilion by the lake. Wisteria flowers are blooming. Please, have a look and enjoy, second Mississippi. Come, what a trick, Qiao Xian immediately understood that there was something tricky in her words. She would not go there now that she had realized that something was wrong. Only stupid people would follow the direction. Qiao Xian said to the gatekeeper, "I don't know the road, can you please take me there?" But, second miss, Qiao Xian showed a strange smile. "No. I am the guest here. Is it so difficult for you to take me there? Or do you think that I don't deserve your help?" "Of course not." The gatekeeper, who was an aunt, had no choice but to lead Qiao Xian to the venue. She was mumbling to herself while walking. Who said that second miss was honest, timid and easily tricked? That person must be lying. The aunt did not lead Qiao Xian there directly, fearing that her mistress would blame her for not following the order. She took her on a tour, so she could at least complete her miss order. Qiao Xian soon realized what this aunt was doing. But she said nothing. She did not care if she had to walk a little more. Moreover, she was not worried that the aunt would take her somewhere dangerous. She could see the whole abbey when she opened her magical senses. Nothing could escape her sight. She could sense where Qiao Wei and the other ladies were, and what they were doing. Suddenly, Qiao Xian paused. She was both surprised and overjoyed. She saw 2 small tomatoes that were growing randomly in a corner. The 2 tomatoes were not growing in a healthy way and had collapsed. There were flowers and red fruits, but they were not very big in size. It was something the Zhao family had gotten from somewhere, but they could not recognize what these plants were, so they put them randomly in this place. No one would spend much effort planting fruits. That was why they were left alone here. It was a very good thing for her. She glanced around and saw that she and the aunt were alone. Qiao Xian suddenly let out a scream and paused in her steps. "I seem to have dropped my handkerchief. Aunt, please find it for me." The aunt had no intention of helping her, but she suddenly thought of something and nodded immediately. Qiao Xian smiled. "You have to return and lead the way for me, otherwise I will go home." Startled, the aunt said with her breath held, "Second miss, don't worry, I definitely will return soon." She had intended to leave directly, but if Qiao Xian left because of her absence, her miss would definitely blame her. Second miss was an honest and easily bullied person. That was incorrect. The moment that aunt left, Qiao Xian went to pick up 2 large tomatoes and put them in arms. She was cheering happily inside her heart at this moment. Even if they didn't express their gratitude, he never held it against them. But how could they speak about him in such a manner? Upon seeing the despondent expression on eldest uncle's face, third uncle and Mrs. Ma felt not a shred of remorse. Instead, they appeared utterly delighted. They cursed and departed in anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1426, Parental Family. Eldest uncle remained stunned for a while before he heaved a sigh and slowly made his way back home. He opted not to divulge the matter to Miss Fang. The more third uncle and Mrs. Ma ruminated on the situation, the more infuriated they became. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaoji had fallen for Zhao Shu and was resolute about marrying him. "I'm even willing to be a concubine. Can I become one, please?" Ms. Ma was so exasperated that she blurted out, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is being a concubine something desirable? Are you out of your mind to willingly embrace an inferior status?" Xiao Xiaoji, teary-eyed, responded, "Why not? We can become concubines. Young Master Zhao and his family are good people, they will surely treat me well. Furthermore, my cousin is a high-ranking official in the capital, and my brother has now become a cultivated talent, soon to be a recommended man, and an advanced scholar. He'll also secure an official position. Even if I become a concubine, everyone in the Zhao family, including young Master Zhao, his wife, or anyone else, will treat me well." In addition, if I marry into another family, would it be any better than following young Master Zhao? Xiao Xiaozhi had observed the first branch of the family's increasing prosperity over the past 2 years. While her family hadn't benefited directly, she had witnessed it to some extent. She had also indirectly benefited from the first branch of the family. For instance, she received a few pieces of quality fabric for tailoring clothes each year. She received a few pieces of silver jewelry, silk flowers, threads, needles, as well as delectable pastries, preserves, and various foods. While it wasn't a lot, she had tasted and seen them. Moreover, she watched Tao Tao grow more capable as time went on. Her eyes appeared to shine, and she exuded a newfound confidence. This transformation was beyond what a village girl could achieve, leaving Xiao Xiaozhi feeling envious and resentful. She believed that Tao Tao's shift in demeanor wasn't due to her responsibilities but stemmed from Xiao Yunduan's rise to an official position, which made Tao Tao more arrogant. After making these comparisons and witnessing the numerous good things Tao Tao experienced, Xiao Xiaozhi was unwilling to marry a rustic and lead a life like this for the rest of her days. Fifth cousin and fifth cousin-in-law had mentioned their intent to find a suitable marriage for Tao Tao. Xiao Xiaozhi also aspired to secure a promising marriage, similar to Tao Tao's. She wished for her brother to swiftly advance to the position of an intermediate recommended man or advanced scholar, so she could elevate her social status. Alternatively, Tao Tao could expedite her own marriage. Once Tao Tao wed, Xiao Xiaozhi would be the sole unmarried girl in the Xiao family. Her parents would inform her uncle that her fifth cousin should not neglect her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shu arrived and instantly captured her heart. Furthermore, as young Master Zhao was a friend of fifth cousin and a businessman, what was the harm in marrying him? With her family's support, she had no reason to fear. Xiao Xiaozhi, teary-eyed, expressed her feelings with conviction. Ms. Ma ceased speaking and turned to third uncle for his opinion, asking, "What do you think?" The two of them exchanged glances, and third uncle found himself swayed by Xiao Zioda's words. The couple's hearts raced with excitement once again. Hence, third uncle and Mrs. Ma resolved not to seek eldest uncle's assistance. They reached a mutual agreement and proceeded directly to Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu was taken aback when he noticed Ms. Ma's beaming countenance. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. He contemplated evading them, but Xiaoding village was relatively small, and he couldn't simply vanish into thin air. Ms. Ma and third uncle intercepted him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1427, Unsettled MS. Ma and third uncle's words left Zhao Shu utterly bewildered. It was as if he harbored suspicions that they might not be Xiao Zioda's biological parents. After all, the Xiao family wasn't destitute to the point of offering their daughter as a concubine out of sheer necessity. What could they possibly be thinking? Moreover, Xiao Xiaozhi was Xiao Yunduan's cousin. Did they not concern themselves with her dignity? Zhao Shu held a deep-seated disdain for them, and he wasn't shy about expressing it. He silenced them with a pointed remark, "Your son is pursuing the recommended man examination, the advanced scholar examination, and a path to becoming an official, correct? If he achieves that status and has a sister who is wed to a merchant's family as a concubine, aren't you worried about the potential harm to his reputation? Even I, despite my own shortcomings, wouldn't dare to take an advanced scholar sister as a concubine for my household. Don't bring this up again." Ms. Ma and third uncle were taken aback. They were irked by Zhao Shu's final statement, yet they also swelled with pride for their son, as if he were already a high-ranking official. However, the couple dispelled such thoughts. Ms. Ma attempted to persuade Xiao Xiaozhi, "Once your brother attains the status of an advanced scholar and becomes an official, you can marry anyone you desire. Why must you wed young Master Zhao? In due time, you could even become the wife of an official. I don't think young Master Zhao is anything special. He's a mere businessman, looking down on others. Xiao Xiaozhi had shed tears for quite some time, and even though her love for Zhao Shu remained, she couldn't ignore Ms. Ma's words. She started thinking about Tao Tao. He would undoubtedly wed an official's daughter in the future, right? It made sense for her to seek an official as well. Perhaps her husband might even surpass Tao Tao's husband in capability. In the end, Tao Tao would have to show her respect. With this in mind, Xiao Xiaozhi began to feel slightly comforted. Yet, she struggled to regain her composure. At times, when she caught sight of Zhao Shu, she regarded him with a distant, sorrowful, and restrained gaze, causing a shiver to run down his spine from a distance. He'd quickly find a way to escape her presence. Was she completely unhinged? It was truly perplexing. He had even managed to lead Tao Tao into a misunderstanding, causing her to treat him coldly for 2 whole days before he finally explained himself and showered her with affection. Following his departure from Shouting Village, Xiao Xiaozhi felt adrift. The thought that she might never see him again in the future left her truly despondent for a couple of days. Tao Tao, too, was beset with worry. She missed him dearly, but she grappled with the uncertainty of what 5th brother and 5th sister-in-law would think. She sensed a strong affinity for young Master Zhao, yet she had to heed her elder siblings. After all, she was rather inexperienced and fully trusted that 5th brother and 5th sister-in-law had made the best decision for her. Oh, how wonderful it would be to have the best of both worlds. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away in the capital. With the sun's warmth, the weather had already turned quite pleasant. The distant fields were starting to show signs of spring, with grass shoots poking through, casting gentle, shadowy figures. Many trees and flowers were brimming with buds, waiting to burst into bloom with the arrival of the spring rain. Though the chill of winter still lingered in the air, the farmers were already hard at work. The wheat, which had lain dormant through the winter, now stood tall and lush, a verdant sea of green. The vegetable gardens had also begun to be tilled, readying the soil for the planting of a variety of crops. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan made their way to the farm, instructing Songshe to organize the agricultural tasks. It wasn't time to plant potatoes just yet. Despite Qiao Xian's ability to expedite the process with her wood-based abilities, the imperial plantation had a full schedule this year, so they would have to wait their turn. Once the imperial plantation was set, they would begin planting anew. This way, their activities would draw less attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1428, Indecent Position. The timing for planting potatoes, let alone watermelons and cantaloupes, had not yet arrived. Potatoes and watermelons typically went into the ground toward the end of March, while cantaloupes were a bit earlier. Combining them within the same planting period was also an option. The present time was ideal for thorough land excavation and deep plowing. When the watermelons and cantaloupes ripened, Songshe would take charge of selling them. If circumstances turned challenging, he could always turn to Zhao Shu for assistance. Even if Zhao Shu wasn't in the capital, there would be individuals present to manage such matters. Updated by Av. Ko Qiao Xian meticulously conveyed all these instructions to Songshe, who would put them into action as soon as the weather improved. Of all the crops, potatoes held a special importance, and Qiao Xian had emphasized this. Simultaneously, she prepared a batch of potatoes to be given as seeds, along with other varieties, for Princess Shuangfu. As Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan returned to the farm, Lu Yan, who had been mingling with the villagers nearby, hurried back and greeted them with a smile. By that time, the two had already inspected the farm and were in the middle of a discussion with Songshe. Both Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were displeased with Lu Yan's abrupt appearance. Songshe offered a wry smile of helplessness. The old master and madam had merely instructed them to keep an eye on Lu Yan, assuring that she wouldn't remain at the estate for an extended period. How they intended to handle her, he didn't know. Lu Yan wasn't one to easily obey orders. It almost seemed as if Madame had deliberately set her on a path to antagonize him. Songsher simply couldn't be bothered with her. Finding her work to do was out of the question. She could roam as she pleased. He simply reminded her, she could visit the nearby manor for socializing, but she must not divulge anything about the master's family. The old master and Madame preferred to maintain a low profile, and revealing such information would undoubtedly vex them. Lu Yan attempted to argue with him, asserting, "Of course I know. I've been a part of the Qiao family for so many years. How could I not understand Madame's character?" Songsher was left speechless. Updated by NOVG. His reminder had been effective. Lu Yan had initially intended to boast about her old master and Madame's influence, her own competence, and her role as Madame's trusted aide. Now, she only dared to tout her abilities and steer clear of any sensitive topics. At that moment, Lu Yan entered and greeted them with a smiling bow. "Old master, Madame, when did you arrive? I had no idea. Please pardon my oversight, old master and Madame. Had I known, would have been ready to serve you. There's no one else in this manor who can tend to your needs. You must have had a challenging time." In her speech, she even shot a sly glance at Songsher, as if he were up to some mischief. By withholding information about the old master and Madame's visit, he seemed bent on tarnishing her reputation in Madame's eyes. Qiao Xian frowned, bewildered by how Lu Yan, who had appeared so meek on her previous visit, now spoke so confidently. Did she assume she would be kept around to serve her and that she was an indispensable figure by her side? Had she forgotten that she had been sent to monitor her by Qiao Wei in the first place, and she had initially intended to do whatever Qiao Wei instructed? Where did she find the audacity to believe she held any significant status? If such an individual remained in her service, it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. Qiao Xian cast a cold, expressionless gaze at her and curtly snapped, "Leave. Who granted you permission to enter in such a manner? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1429. Ignore Lu Yan's smile froze. "Madam, get out. Did you not hear Madame's instructions?" Xiao Yunduan's aversion to this woman exceeded even that of Qiao Xian. He held a disdain for everything related to the Qiao family. Lu Yan trembled when she encountered Xiao Yunduan's icy gaze, and she dared not utter another word. With a hasty acknowledgement, she hastily departed. As she walked away, she shot a withering glare at Songsher, keeping it out of Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's sight. Updated by Ov. Songsher, did she believe he had disparaged her in front of the old master and Madame? Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan rose to leave, preparing to return to the city. Songsher respectfully saw them off. Surprisingly, as they were about to board the carriage, Lu Yan mustered her courage and bowed. "Madam, when will I accompany you back? I promise to serve you dutifully." Her demeanor now exhibited far more respect than before. Qiao Xian cast a glance at her and replied calmly, "Just wait." Lu Yan felt disheartened. She opened her mouth, but the words eluded her. All she could manage was a nod and a smile. "Yes, I will heed your instructions. I can't stand idleness, I think of you every day." Qiao Xian contemplated teasing her, thinking, if you're too free, you could lend a hand in the fields. But she decided against it. She didn't regard Lu Yan as a servant, their relationship was purely transactional. There was no need to say more. Updated by NOVG. Koshi paid no further attention to Lu Yan and departed with Xiao Yunduan in the carriage. Lu Yan gazed wistfully at the receding carriage. Only after it had completely vanished from view did she turn around, crestfallen. She had initially intended to interrogate Songsher about what he might have disclosed to the old master and Madame. However, when she turned around, Songsher had already disappeared. Songsher was highly driven. Upon receiving Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's instructions, he had a multitude of tasks to attend to and no time to deal with Lu Yen. Lu Yen stamped her feet in frustration and silently vowed, "Just wait and see." If she were to become Madame's maidservant, her first challenge would be dealing with the haughty Songsher. Ever since she had arrived at the manor, Songsher had shown no sign of valuing her. He hadn't arranged anyone to attend to her needs, and she had even been responsible for her own washing and grooming. This had left her simmering with discontent. In the carriage, Qiao Xian nestled in Xiao Yunduan's embrace. "Oh, I nearly forgot about Lu Yen." Xiao Yunduan held her close and chuckled. "She's a negligible figure, so it's understandable to forget her." Qiao Xian laughed. "I had initially intended to entrust her to young Master Zhao. He has a capable team of subordinates, and dealing with such a matter would be a breeze. However, the timing isn't ideal. Of course, if she asked Zhao Shu for assistance now, he'd gladly oblige. Even if the task were arduous, he'd tackle it with enthusiasm." However, Qiao Xian was aware of Zhao Shu's romantic interest in her sister-in-law, and she didn't want to complicate matters or owe him a favor. Xiao Yunduan shared the same sentiment. After some contemplation, Xiao Yunduan suggested, "We should employ a trustworthy intermediary and send her far away. We might need to offer a substantial sum, but I believe the intermediary would readily find a suitable family for her. I've never held a favorable opinion of Lu Yen. We should dispatch her from the capital before we depart." Qiao Xian nodded and smiled. "That's a good plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1430, Disposition. Thinking about Lu Yan's behavior on that day left Qiao Xian thoroughly repulsed. She had no intention of delaying the matter any longer. The very next day, she took swift action and arranged for a resolution. With the necessary finances in place, the matter proved to be surprisingly uncomplicated. Lu Yan returned to the capital, her self-satisfaction evident. Updated by Ov. Co. Before her departure, she refrained from boasting to the farm's tenants and servants. Amidst their envious glances, she conveyed her well wishes to appease them and climbed into the carriage with an air of smug superiority. In her view, she was distinct from these people. What could they possibly compare to her? She was meant to serve Madame. As the old master's official status ascended, Madame's prestige would naturally grow, and she, in turn, would rise. She couldn't help but wonder why Madame hadn't taken her away the day before. Why had she arranged for someone to collect her today? However, Lu Yan hadn't anticipated that upon disembarking from the carriage, she would find herself standing outside a brokerage shop rather than the Xiao residence. She recognized the location all too well, and her expression promptly shifted. Spotting Qiao Xian, she threw herself to the ground and burst into tears before Qiao Xian could utter a word. Qiao Xian was taken aback, unsure why the situation had escalated to this extent. Understanding that individuals like her required an assertive approach, she addressed Lu Yan with a stern expression. "I have no intention of retaining any connection with the Qiao family. I never intended to keep you here. I have no use for a deputy miss who flaunts her status to outsiders." Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and refraining from further protest. Updated by NOVG. Co. If you continue to stay with the Qiao family, your prospects may not be promising. I can offer you one piece of information in exchange for a lifetime of security through marriage. You won't come out at a loss. If you want more, there's nothing more to be had. Qiao Xian could not help but feel sorry for Xiao Yunduan, who looked furious as he sat on the chair with his hands on his knees, and a straight back. Honestly, it was a misfortune for any family when their daughter-in-law decided to hang herself on wedding night. If the bride really died, the whole family would turn into a laughing stock in front of numerous households, and would be looked down upon by everyone around. Anyone would get very angry and get furious, but that was not her business. Qiao Xian was groaning inwardly. What a shitty business she found herself in. Xiao Yunduan, who looked seriously annoyed, said coldly, "If you don't want to marry me, fine. I will send you home early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I will tell the county magistrate that it is we, the Xiao family, who don't deserve you. I will mention that clearly on our divorce paper, so you won't be blamed in any way." The couple had already exchanged the dowries and gifts and done the wedding proceedings. In the modern world, it basically meant that the two of them had already got legally married at the Civil Affairs Office. Although one night had passed and nothing happened, Qiao Xian would either divorce on her own or get divorced by this man. Startled, Qiao Xian shook her head. No, no. I will stay. She must not leave. If she was divorced by the husband the following day after the wedding, she would never be rid of the fact that she had been rejected by her husband, no matter how well written the divorce paper was. Also, maybe her selfish and ruthless father would not accept her to the family either, claiming that no one from the Qiao family would ever be divorced. After all, she was married off and basically given to her husband's family. She believed that Mrs. Dong and her father would definitely do something like that. When that moment came, her future would be nothing. Even if there was the slightest possibility that her horrible father and Mrs. Dong decided to accept her, would she be able to live a good life? Would she have a completely new life ahead of herself? It would not be a matter of whether there would be a whole new life, but whether she would even have a life. However, if she stayed with the Xiao family, the situation might be a little more promising. She was the daughter of the county magistrate, which was nothing in her own family but could become her protection talisman in her husband's family. As long as she made full use of her family background, she would definitely have a good life here. Also, this husband of hers had a pair of broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving out an excellent air. His nose bridge was tall and he had a very sharp silhouette on his face. His eyes seemed sparkling as well. Well, he was very handsome in her eyes, and she was not in a disadvantageous position either. This husband of hers was a student at Minghua College in the county, and he had passed the imperial examination as the cultivated talent at this young age, so probably, he was going to become some recommended man, or even an advanced scholar in the future, that would make her life even more promising. Besides, she could decide things later, looking at what happened in the future. At the moment, it was obvious that she should stay with her husband's family so that her life could be better. Hence, she was not leaving. When the decision was made, Qiao Xian struck her own thigh and squeezed out some tears from her eyes, remembering that she had time-traveled to such a terrible situation. Tearfully, she looked at Xiao Yunduan and sobbed. It was my mistake a moment ago to have done such a stupid thing. Now I have realized what is more important for me, so don't worry, I will never do that again. Hee hee. Xiao Yunduan sneered as if the ice in his eyes had been scattered. You are the miss of a noble family, but we are just a poor family in the countryside. I should not deserve you, so I won't blame you for making that mistake. If you don't like this arrangement, you truly don't have to bear it. I will tell Officer Qiao that it was all my fault, and in a couple of years, when you move away with Officer Qiao when he gets transferred to somewhere else, no one will know about our wedding. By that time, you can find your own Mr. Right. That sounds perfect, doesn't it, second miss? Xiao Yunduan had not been very happy about this marital arrangement either, but what else could he possibly do about it all this while? He jumped into the water to save someone, when he saw it happen in front of his eyes. He had not expected the consequences of it at the time. Moreover, he had thought that he could tolerate this second miss of the Qiao family by treating her well. But he had not expected that she would rather kill herself on their wedding day, just because she disliked his family. That irritated Xiao Yunduan completely. Although they had signed a contract before the new year, it was broad and non-binding. Furthermore, Xiao Yunduan held favor with the crown prince, making Jingquan restaurant hesitant to push the matter too forcefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1431. Princess is surprised observing their eagerness. Qiao Xian couldn't help but be amused. She explicitly conveyed to the manager that she had no intention of conflicting with Jingquan Pavilion, which prompted the manager to gracefully withdraw. Strawberries proved remarkably straightforward to cultivate and distribute rapidly. Notably, the seedlings that had originated from her garden had been subject to repeated infusions of her wood-based abilities and had unwittingly developed into superior strains. One key characteristic was their ability to endure winter outdoors even in a location like the capital, provided proper care was taken. Last year, she had sold numerous seedlings from her garden. Furthermore, individuals from the palace and the Ministry of Revenue had later arrived to dig up potatoes, taking some away amidst the commotion. While strawberries remained somewhat rare at present, they were no longer as scarce as before. Updated by Ov. As the number of offshoots multiplied, their prevalence would only increase. The seedlings she had sold might have been surreptitiously propagated by servants, gardeners, and others who later gave or sold them to others. There was no doubt they had already proliferated far and wide. Within 2 years, strawberries would become a common sight in the capital. This year, there were potential buyers for seedlings from her estate. Qiao Xian had informed Songshe that should such offers materialize, they should sell at a fair price. For the time being, they could make the most of this opportunity. Though not as lucrative as her other core businesses, the income wasn't negligible. It covered the various expenses associated with managing the farm in Cloudwater Town. In mid-February, Princess Consort broached the topic of Qiao Xian's marriage when visiting Princess Shuangfu. The Crown Prince is agreeable, but the decision ultimately rests with you. If you believe it's suitable, approach the Emperor. I believe the Emperor will approve. After all, Xiao Yunduan was to marry her, and it made no difference if his wife accompanied him. She was still his biological daughter, and the Emperor wouldn't make things complicated for such a trivial matter. Updated by NOVG. Co-Princess Shuangfu was both surprised and delighted. Is this truly true? Princess Consort cast her a glance. If you don't wish to, then forget it. In my opinion, we have numerous accompanying nannies, servants, and eunuchs. Madame Xiao is a woman, and she might struggle with the rigors of the journey. She may need to rely on someone to assist her. The radiant smile on Princess Shuangfu's face momentarily wavered. She hesitated and asked, "Sister-in-law, is Madame Xiao willing to go?" Princess Consort sneered. Lord Xiao has said she is willing, or else the Crown Prince wouldn't have suggested it. Princess Consort couldn't comprehend why the Crown Prince harbored such benevolence toward Madame Xiao. Why would he consent to such a proposition? Was she entitled to meddle in a princess wedding? She was unsure how to maintain the decorum befitting a woman. A woman who married into another family should dutifully manage her husband's inner residence and be a good wife. How could she behave in such a manner? She had kept a close watch on Lord Xiao, and now she even desired to accompany him as he saw off the princess. What a preposterous notion. When the Crown Prince tasked her with discussing the matter with Princess Shuangfu, she had expressed her dissent, but the Crown Prince remained resolute, a fact that deeply irked her. Were it not for the need to preserve her dignified image before others, she might have spoken critically in Princess Shuangfu's presence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1432. Such a coincidence. Princess Consort was noticeably displeased when the matter was brought up. She was on the verge of trying to dissuade Princess Shuangfu when the latter happily exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Crown Prince and Princess Consort. I would be immensely grateful if Madame Xiao could accompany me." Princess Consort, have you thoroughly considered this? Princess Xuanfu didn't notice Princess Consort's furrowed brow. With her head down and a joyous smile on her face, she fiddled with her hair in front of her chest. It was apparent that her happiness had taken precedence over all other considerations. Updated by Ov. Co-Princess Consort grew exasperated, but her decorum and dignified image restrained her from using forceful language. She responded calmly, "If that is your choice, then so be it. Prepare yourself for the wedding, and if you require anything, have someone inform me. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave." "Thank you, Princess Consort." "Farewell, Princess Consort." Princess Consort cast a sidelong glance at her, pursed her lips, and departed. Princess Xuanfu and her servant were elated after Princess Consort's departure. Madame Xiao's presence instilled a sense of assurance. The mistress and her servant exchanged excited conversation and laughter for a while. However, Bai Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. "I can't help but think that Crown Princess Consort might not be entirely on board with this idea. Could she be unhappy about it?" Princess Xuanfu's smile faltered as she shook her head. "No, Princess Consort has always been poised and isn't easily provoked. She won't oppose the Crown Prince's wishes. Besides, I don't believe she is unhappy about it." She remained unaware of Princess Consort's true sentiments, and Princess Consort hadn't conveyed them to her either. She was simply in the dark. Bai Yun was taken aback and quickly offered an apology. Yes. "I'm sorry, I misspoke." Princess Xuanfu smiled. "We shouldn't delay. I will go inform father now." Updated by NOVG. Koshi felt exhilarated and resolute. If she didn't take action now, she feared she might never gather the courage in the future. Furthermore, time was of the essence. Princess Xuanfu didn't possess a surplus of confidence. She believed that good fortune was within her grasp, and she had to seize it immediately. Otherwise, something unforeseen might occur. Throughout her years in the palace, she had observed dispassionately from the sidelines. There was nothing she hadn't witnessed. Today, she was particularly fortunate. When she arrived at the Thousand-Year Palace for an audience, the emperor happened to be available. Shortly after, a young eunuch appeared and ushered her inside. "Father, greetings." "Rise." "Thank you, father." "Greetings, honored princess." Princess Xuanfu stood and saluted honored Princess Mei. Honored Princess Mei nodded and smiled at her before standing upright. Princess Xuanfu found it quite coincidental that honored Princess Mei was present. However, this was a rare occasion for her to meet her father, and she couldn't afford to squander the opportunity. Even if honored Princess Mei was present, she needed to convey her message. Father and daughter exchanged a few pleasantries, their interactions marked by respect and a degree of formality. The emperor, in high spirits after honored Princess Mei's visit, maintained a smile and asked, "It's quite a coincidence that you're here today. What's on your mind?" Princess Xuanfu had been awaiting these words. She promptly knelt once more. "I do indeed have a request, father." Evidently, the emperor was in a good mood following honored Princess Mei's appeal. He continued to smile and said, "Speak, it's rare for you to come to me. I won't refuse." "Thank you, father." Princess Xuanfu was elated and prostrated herself. Then, she cautiously presented her request. To her surprise, her father remained silent for an extended period. Honored Princess Mei's expression changed as well. Princess Xuanfu was a little uneasy and forced a smile. "Father, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1433, Request for an Edict, ha 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 ha. The emperor burst into laughter and remarked, "What a twist. Do you know what the noble consort is imploring me for today? She stated that Miss Tian is willing to accompany you to Qingdi. Princess Shuangfu was taken aback and felt utterly helpless. Father, Miss Tian. The niece favored by honored Princess Mei. Despite living in seclusion, palace gossip spread rapidly. She had heard of the rumors concerning Miss Tian and Lord Xiao. Bai Yun and Qing Tao had returned to provide her with gossip to alleviate her boredom. Did Miss Tian truly intend to accompany her to Qingdi? Princess Shuangfu found it difficult to believe that there were no ulterior motives behind such an offer. The emperor seemed to find the situation amusing as he said with a smile, "Very well, Yuzhen, the choice is yours. Would you like Miss Tian to accompany you, or Madame Xiao?" Honored Princess Mei responded with a snort and a playful chuckle. "Emperor, you have quite the sense of humor." She giggled and emphasized humor coquettishly, all while casting a sidelong glance at Princess Shuangfu. Even though Princess Shuangfu had lowered her head, she could still feel the piercing gaze, causing her slender frame to tremble ever so slightly. She made an effort to convince herself that she hadn't seen the noble consort's meaningful look. "Father, as the envoy, it's more appropriate for Madame Xiao to accompany you. The emperor is inquiring about your preference." "Princess, simply state your choice. You needn't concern yourself with other matters." Honored Princess Mei interjected with a smile before Princess Shuangfu could finish her sentence. Her intent was crystal clear. Princess Shuangfu's heart raced, yet she spoke softly. "Father, thanks to your kindness, I spent 3 days away from the court during the spring festival. Madame Xiao was with me the entire time. I feel that I have become quite acquainted with Madame Xiao, and I would like to ask her to accompany me, if that pleases you." Honored Princess Mei's once beaming countenance stiffened as she unconsciously balled her fists. This ungrateful child. The emperor paid her no mind and simply chuckled while nodding. "You're right, that settles it then. Madame Xiao is the more suitable choice." "Yes, thank you, father." "Very well." Princess Shuangfu didn't dare to linger any further. Most importantly, honored Princess Mei's glare was as sharp as a knife. She couldn't withstand it. As they exited the thousand-year palace, Princess Shuangfu held Auntie Sis' hand, and her legs felt wobbly, almost causing her to stumble. She heaved a long sigh of relief and took some time to regain her composure. Auntie C offered a forced smile and whispered, "Princess, there's no need to worry. You're the most fitting candidate for the marriage. No one will dare to challenge you at this juncture." Princess Shuangfu nodded. "You're right. Indeed, at most, honored Princess Mei might harbor resentment toward her. In any case, she had no intention of remaining in the palace any longer. If she bore any grudges, she wouldn't let it concern her." Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she departed, the emperor turned to honored Princess Mei and declared, "Shanshan isn't young anymore. I will find her a suitable family." With a sigh, honored Princess Mei responded with a half-truth and half-fake smile, "This is the will of fate. No one can compare to the emperor's first choice." The emperor smiled helplessly. "That girl is far too stubborn. You should persuade her. Her recent remarks were absurd. She's still a young girl, and even though she will be accompanying the princess, Minister Xiao is the envoy. It's not appropriate for her to act in this manner. Why must you meddle with her?" Honored Princess Mei was taken aback. She recognized that the emperor's words reflected his disapproval. Swiftly, she responded, "Yes, I have indeed spoiled her too much. Reflecting on it, it's my fault. I will make sure to persuade her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1434. Furious, the emperor expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "Choose a suitable family for her, and they'll provide a marriage and dowry." Honored Princess Mei couldn't contain her joy and giggled. "I'll remember your words, Emperor." On behalf of Shanshan, I express my gratitude to you. The emperor laughed heartily. I hold a special place in my heart for that girl too. Honored Princess May continued to shower the emperor with flattering words, making him laugh even more. He was in high spirits. This was precisely why the emperor favored Honored Princess May the most. Even if she occasionally acted unreasonably or was rude to the queen, he turned a blind eye to it. Honored Princess May had a unique talent for tactfulness. Being with her was always comfortable and carefree. As long as he was in good spirits, he cared little about the suffering of others. That evening, Honored Princess May sent a message to Princess Shuangfu, requesting her not to disclose Tian Shanshan's plan to accompany her to the wedding to anyone. Princess Shuangfu readily agreed, as she hadn't intended to reveal it in the first place. Upon receiving the confirmation, Qiao Xian finally felt at ease. She was preparing to depart in a few days, having already packed her clothes and belongings, leaving her with some free time. Xiao Yunduan remained occupied. As the envoy, he needed to acquaint himself with various customs and protocols. He had been studying diligently since the imperial decree was issued, but he still had much to learn. Occasionally, Prince of Qingdi sought his advice on Great Qin's culture and invited him on outings. In the past, he would have found countless excuses to decline the prince's invitations. However, given their upcoming extended journey, he realized it was beneficial to foster a better relationship, so he no longer turned him down. As a result, his schedule became even more hectic. In the Tian household, Tian Shanshan vented her frustration by angrily smashing a teacup. Her pretty face was livid. She had always carried an air of gentleness and elegance, never allowing her temper to flare so fiercely. The maids in the room, overwhelmed by fear, maintained a hushed silence, not daring to breathe audibly. Tian Shanshan's anger was not only palpable but also mingled with a deep sense of humiliation. Her disdain extended not only to Qiao Xian but also to Princess Shuangfu. Qiao Xian, yet again. In her eyes, she couldn't fathom how she fell short compared to that woman. Why had even Princess Shuangfu chosen her? This was almost unbearable for the typically prideful Tian Shanshan. Tears welled up in her eyes and trickled down her porcelain-like face. Leaning against the table, she sobbed softly. She hadn't anticipated this failure. One day, she chanced upon Xiao Yunduan shopping with Qiao Xian. His tenderness and attention towards her, combined with Qiao Xian's radiant smile, were like a dagger through her heart. The surge of envy felt like a volcanic eruption, clouding her judgment. Intense emotions prompted her to take action. She insisted on accompanying Princess Shuangfu for her wedding. She refused to believe she couldn't win back the man she could never forget, piece by piece. How could she accept losing to the daughter of a concubine who had lost her mother at a young age and lacked proper upbringing? But what cruel twist of fate! Qiao Xian seemed to effortlessly attain everything she desired. Was that woman born solely to thwart her and bring her ill luck? Tian Shanshan seethed with anger. In a matter of 2 days, she visited the palace to confront Honored Princess May. She barged into Princess Shuangfu's bedroom, taunting her and even pushing her deliberately, leaving a scrape on Princess Shuangfu's palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1435, Departure. Tian Shanshan's mocking sneer lingered as she made her exit. Auntie C, Bai Yun, and the others seethed with anger, their tremors betraying their frustration. They had never imagined that the eldest daughter of the Tian family, who held a top position among the noble ladies in the capital, would resort to such a disrespectful act. However, they dared not voice their discontent. Princess Shuangfu remained silent, restraining Auntie C and the others from uttering a word. She had deliberately played her part, taking a calculated fall to allow Tian Shanshan an outlet for her anger. Now, even in her role as a princess, she had the upper hand. She should find satisfaction in this, shouldn't she? In the blink of an eye, the day of departure arrived. Prince Nuo, Qingdi, and the others were in high spirits. Although the capital's climate and prosperity far surpassed that of Qingdi, the universal rule of not leaving one's hometown applied to all, even the people of Qingdi. The wedding ceremony of a princess was a significant event. The journey ahead was long, and as they headed further north, the conditions and climate grew more unforgiving. The ceremonial guard had to be streamlined, despite the importance of the occasion. Even so, after navigating the complexities of royal etiquette, they traveled only 20 miles from the capital on the first day, setting up camp at a palace in the vicinity before departing the following morning. They remained in close proximity to the capital, and both Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu were acutely aware of the need to maintain a low profile. After exchanging greetings with the princess, Qiao Xian promptly returned to her and Xiao Yunduan's quarters without lingering. Princess Shuangfu made no request for her to stay. The journey ahead was extensive, and as they ventured further from the capital, there would be ample time for their paths to cross and for them to build a rapport. Princess Shuangfu had already made her decision. When they had distanced themselves from the capital, she intended to invite Qiao Xian into her intermediate carriage to keep her company. Great Qin was keen on upholding its image, so her carriage was as spacious as a small house, built with sturdy materials and adorned with a plush carpet. The ride was so smooth that she hardly felt any bumps as they advanced. Xiao Yunduan, occupied with his envoy duties, had a full day ahead. Anticipating he wouldn't return until evening, Qiao Xian decided to have her dinner first. She instructed Li Xia and Li Qiao to retrieve the food from the kitchen. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to dine, an uninvited guest arrived. Upon seeing Qiao Wei, dressed in resplendent brocade with an ornate hairpin, and accompanied by an unfamiliar maid, Qiao Xian couldn't help but admit her shock. She blurted out an incredulous question, "What are you doing here?" Qiao Wei covered her mouth and chuckled, her delicate frame trembling slightly. The pride and arrogance that had once defined her demeanor were now replaced by a more carefree and charming attitude. "Of course, I'm the reason you're here." Qiao Wei replied with a smirk, "I'm accompanying the princess just like you are." Qiao Xian sensed trouble brewing. She raised an eyebrow. "I don't understand. Is it that you don't want to understand, or that you don't dare to believe it?" Qiao Wei sneered, her pride intact. "You're here to send off the princess, and so am I." Qiao Xian grinned. "That's intriguing. I obtained permission from the emperor to accompany you. How did you manage to be here?" Qiao Wei sneered and remained silent. "What's the matter?" Qiao Xian continued to smile. "Are you too embarrassed to disclose it?" Qiao Wei seethed but strangely didn't lose her temper. Instead, she chuckled and said, "Sister, your words are rather amusing. I'm here legitimately, through official channels. I came to greet you specifically since we have a long journey ahead. We sisters can surely get along well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1436, Qiao Wei's Change. It was my fault in the past. We grew up in the same courtyard, and I never took the time to know you. Finally, I have the chance to spend time with you, my sister. I'm determined to foster a good relationship with you and make up for what I missed in the past. A flash of intensity passed through Qiao Wei's eyes, as if she wanted to tear Qiao Xian to shreds. Qiao Xian maintained her smile. "Miss Qiao, I'm not sure what you're referring to. While we share the same surname, I have no connection to you. Please don't flatter yourself by calling me your sister. We are not acquainted. You can address me as Madame Xiao." Qiao Wei shot an angry, cold smile at Qiao Xian before leaving abruptly. Qiao Xian watched her departing figure for a moment, her thoughts deepening. Li Xia and Li Qiao were equally taken aback. Madam, I'm concerned that Miss Qiao has ulterior motives. I wonder what she's planning, Li Xia said. It's quite peculiar. How did she manage to sneak in? Should I inquire about it? Li Qiao asked. Qiao Xian gave them a meaningful look. Avoid any encounters with her, and refrain from engaging in conflicts. If you sense anything amiss or observe any unusual behavior, report it to me. To emphasize the seriousness of the situation, Qiao Xian added, Qiao Wei has changed significantly from before. If I had ridiculed and contradicted her like this in the past, she would have lashed out and scolded me. Yet today, she didn't react. Furthermore, her maid appears highly unusual. She doesn't resemble an ordinary servant. It's possible someone provided her with that position. The fact that Qiao Wei managed to infiltrate the wedding procession suggests this was arranged by someone. They clearly harbor ill intentions. It was likely the fourth prince's faction, as no one else would have bothered her and Xiao Yunduan in the midst of the Qiao family's Mississippi Li Xia and Likius expressions shifted, and they nodded in agreement. Before long, Xiao Yunduan returned. Having not yet eaten, Qiao Xian instructed Li Xia and Li Qiao to retrieve food from the kitchen. While Xiao Yunduan was eating, Qiao Xian greeted him with a smile. If I had known you'd return so quickly, I would have waited for you. Xiao Yunduan responded, I've arranged things for today, and they'll manage their own tasks tomorrow, so I won't have to be concerned. I can be with my wife early every day. After their meal, Xiao Yunduan said, I have something to discuss with you. Qiao Xian smiled. What a coincidence, I have something to share as well. It's possible we're discussing the same matter. Xiao Yunduan appeared surprised and asked tentatively, have you encountered Qiao Wei? Indeed, it was about her. Qiao Xian sneered. She came with a purpose and lectured me on sisterhood. Xiao Yunduan grew frustrated. She was added by the Ministry of Rites, and I learned about it later. I don't believe the Ministry of Rites would go out of their way to annoy us. It's likely the fourth prince and the Tian family behind this. Wifey, you must have thought the same, right? Qiao Xian nodded. Qiao Wei has changed significantly. She's become much more cunning and harbors even greater resentment toward me. I'm just curious about what she intends to do with so many people in the wedding party. Xiao Yunduan sneered. Who knows what she's up to? Perhaps, even if she doesn't take any action, she can still disgust us. Qiao Xian pursed her lips. She has an exaggerated sense of self-importance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1437, Be wary. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but smile. In any case, be cautious, my dear wife. Indeed, you should too. Such an individual might resort to vile methods and retaliate. Qiao Xian felt a wave of revulsion thinking about how Qiao Wei had attempted to intrude into Xiao Yunduan's bed. In fact, Xiao Yunduan was even more repulsed, particularly when he encountered Qiao Wei today. She had nonchalantly addressed him as brother-in-law, as if nothing had occurred, which had left him thoroughly disgusted. Of course, he didn't respond and simply warned her, you've got the wrong person. If you try that again, I'll discipline you severely. Observing her flushed face, he felt somewhat satisfied. The night passed quietly. From the following day onward, their journey became more intense. Typically, they covered about 150 miles a day. With a lighter carriage, it would be feasible to travel 300 miles daily. However, given their large group and the need to accommodate Princess Xuanfei's pace, covering 150 miles was already commendable. This owed much to Princess Xuanfei's cooperation. For someone more delicate, managing 100 miles a day would be a significant achievement. As the days passed and they distanced themselves from the capital, the sky seemed even higher and bluer, and the sunlight grew brighter. The vast, open expanse before them filled the eyes with a sense of boundless freedom. While much of the scenery along the way remained dry and yellowed, it still radiated a particularly soothing ambience. Over the past few days, Qiao Wei had not approached Qiao Xian. Li Xia and Li Qiao stuck close to Qiao Xian, ensuring she was never alone with Qiao Wei. However, Qiao Xian frequently spotted Qiao Wei while greeting Princess Shuangfu at noon and during her afternoon rest. Qiao Wei was well aware of the situation. Whenever she saw Qiao Xian, she would offer a polite smile and take her leave, displaying no inclination to linger and eavesdrop on her conversations with Princess Shuangfu. Princess Shuangfu felt a twinge of guilt over this situation. Initially unaware of the Qiao family's presence, her curiosity had prompted her to have Auntie C investigate further. Unexpectedly, Qiao Wei was also part of the escort team. She paid her respects daily, making it inconvenient to avoid her entirely. Qiao Xian remained unperturbed by the situation. As long as Qiao Wei didn't interfere with her, she cared little about her actions. Even if Qiao Wei did something untoward, she had no reason to fear. Her unique abilities weren't for show. Monitoring Qiao Wei was not a challenging task. When Qiao Xian arrived to pay her respects that evening, Princess Shuangfu spoke with a smile. "Madam Xiao, would you like to accompany me tomorrow morning? We can chat. My carriage is quite spacious, with plenty of room for both of us." Qiao Xian had longed for a ride in Princess Shuangfu's carriage, knowing it was crafted by the royal family and likely far more comfortable than her own. She readily accepted with a smile. However, on the following day, as Qiao Xian prepared to board the carriage with Princess Shuangfu, Qiao Wei appeared as well. With a curtsy, she addressed the princess. "Princess, would you mind if I serve you too?" Princess Shuangfu was taken aback. Qiao Xian also raised an eyebrow, stunned by the woman's audacity. Princess Shuangfu smiled and replied, "I have an attendant to serve me, so Madame Xiao and I can converse." "Miss Qiao, please excuse us." Qiao Wei maintained her smile and said, "I could keep the princess company and help alleviate her boredom. After all, Lord Xiao occasionally needs to speak with my sister. Why not allow me to accompany the princess?" She began moving past Qiao Xian, making her way toward the carriage. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1438, demanding a lesson. Qiao Xian firmly gripped her and spoke with a smile. "Miss Qiao, when did you become so audacious? What's the purpose of flattering yourself? I'm not your sister, and there's no need to be so presumptuous." Qiao Wei's face flushed instantly. She clutched her clothing tightly with one hand, pursed her lips, and murmured softly, "Why do you look down on me? I know the Qiao family has disappointed you, and am aware you hold me in low regard. I'm not on your level. However, we've been traveling together for some time, and we've spent a lot of time together. Can't we get along? Furthermore, I didn't say anything disrespectful. I'm slightly older than you. I don't understand why I can't call you sister." "No." Qiao Xian responded firmly, her tone cold. "It's not appropriate. Aren't you aware of the long-standing feud between our families? Are you clueless? Even if you were aware, you shouldn't utter such presumptuous words." Qiao Wei's voice trailed off. Moreover, Qiao Xian continued, "You're just the daughter of a county magistrate. When did you become the princess? Did the princess personally invite you to ride in her carriage? How dare you make such decisions on your own?" Qiao Wei's face paled, her eyes welling up with tears, which lent her a pitiful appearance. I just wanted to keep the princess company and alleviate my boredom." "That's your concern, but it has nothing to do with the princess. If the princess didn't say anything, you shouldn't presume to act or make decisions." Qiao Wei dropped to her knees before Qiao Xian, burying her face in her hands as tears flowed. Madam Qiao, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Madam Qiao. Their discussion had already attracted a fair amount of attention, and when Qiao Wei suddenly knelt, wept, and pleaded for forgiveness, countless onlookers turned their gaze toward them. Some acted swiftly, glancing toward Xiao Yunduan. Everyone recognized Madame Qiao. Qiao Xian's eyes grew frigid. A troublemaker was indeed a troublemaker. Wasn't she asking for trouble? Deliberately creating a scene in front of so many people to bolster her own reputation and assert her dominance. Why was she acting so high-handed? She leaned on her husband, Xiao Yunduan, who was the crown prince's confidant and the prince's envoy. Although this tactic was conventional, it proved effective. After all, why was the White Lotus character so enduring and influential? Fortunately, she had established a degree of friendship with Princess Shuangfu, and the princess recognized her character, which rendered Qiao Wei's attempts fruitless. The remaining half of the credit went to the others. Qiao Xian was on the verge of making a statement when Princess Shuangfu intervened. Madame Qiao, accompany me. Princess Shuangfu signaled to Auntie C. Once both women were inside the carriage, Auntie C scolded Qiao Wei sternly. How dare you? Miss Qiao, you've shown disrespect to the princess, and you pay no heed to your superior. Madame Qiao is admonishing you on the prince's behalf, and you burst into tears before her. How dare you? Qiao Wei was taken aback. Qiao He, who followed Qiao Wei, instinctively looked up at Auntie C. Raising her eyebrows, Auntie C snapped, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Qiao Wei's face alternated between red and pale, her embarrassment evident. Previously, when all eyes were on her, she had reveled in the attention. Now, it felt as though those gazes had transformed into daggers, piercing through her entire being. She wished she could find a place to hide. With gritted teeth, Qiao Wei had no alternative but to kneel before the carriage and plead, Please forgive me, Princess, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1439. Extremely embarrassed Auntie C let out an audible snort and declared loudly, If it weren't for the fact that we're about to embark, we wouldn't have let you off so easily. Return to your carriage and kneel for 4 hours before rising. Yes. And if you dare to pull a stunt like this again, it won't end as leniently. Understood. Qiao Wei cast her eyes downward and departed, her demeanor reflecting her contrition. In the midst of the departing crowd, it seemed as if he could hear the whispers and mocking of the onlookers, intensifying his deep resentment toward Qiao Xian. Their departure was delayed for some time, with Xiao Yunduan and Prince of Qingdi approaching to inquire about the commotion. Auntie C provided a courteous but casual explanation. After all, this wasn't a situation to be celebrated. It wouldn't reflect well on Prince Nuo, Princess Shuangfu's betrothed, to hear about it. In a certain sense, this could be considered a family scandal. However, Xiao Yunduan grasped the situation and exchanged a meaningful glance with Auntie C. Upon learning that the issue was not significant, Prince Nuo nodded and instructed them to proceed. Before Qiao Xian could clarify the matter, Princess Shuangfu took her hand and spoke with a smile, I trust you, Madame Qiao. During my time at court, I've heard of many such schemes, some even more devious than this. While some people fall for them, I do not. I just didn't expect Miss Qiao to be so persistent in greeting me over these past few days. She appeared quite respectful and courteous. I didn't anticipate her true nature, Princess Shuangfu sighed, smiling. It was now clear why Madame Qiao had severed ties with the Qiao family. By discerning Qiao Wei's intentions, one could infer that the family was far from kind-hearted. Qiao Xian offered a smile. Thank you for your understanding, Princess. There's no need for further explanation. Of course not. Princess Xuanfu smiled. I know your character. The two of them exchanged knowing grins. Meanwhile, in the adjacent intermediate carriage, Qiao Wei's countenance soured. She panted heavily and muttered curses under her breath. Being chastised by Princess Xuanfu's attendant in front of so many people left her deeply embarrassed. Her resentment toward Princess Xuanfu intensified when she believed that the princess had orchestrated this to support Qiao Xian. She's still an ungrateful wretch. Qiao Wei muttered under her breath, her cheeks still flushed. Over the past few days, she had paid her respects to Princess Xuanfu 3 times daily and showered her with flattery and compliments, believing the princess reciprocated with genuine smiles and warmth. Little did she expect that it was all a facade. Princess Xuanfu disregarded her feelings entirely and humiliated her publicly. In her perspective, who did Princess Xuanfu think she was? As for Qiao Xian, that woman. How dare she hoard all the good fortune for herself? To Qiao Wei, Princess Xuanfu was merely a pawn in a marriage arrangement. She seemed to think highly of herself, but once she arrived in Qingdi, her future prospects would likely be dismal. Qiao he refrained from offering comfort, silently observing from the side. After some cursing, she gently reminded, "Young miss, Princess Xuanfu instructed you to kneel. It would be best to do so promptly." Qiao Wei shot her a hostile glare. Unfazed, Qiao he continued in a monotone, "Otherwise, it may not bode well when you disembark at noon. Deceiving the princess isn't a minor matter. You..." Qiao Wei almost exploded with anger. Plop. She begrudgingly knelt, the carpet in her carriage not providing much cushion. She inadvertently bumped her knee, and she clenched her teeth in agony. Tears welled up but did not fall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1440, Apology. The anguish of the pain and injustice she had to endure brought tears to Qiao Wei's eyes, which streamed down her cheeks. Qiao he turned her head to the side, as if not wanting to acknowledge it. This afternoon, when the caravan stopped for lunch, Qiao Wei hobbled out of her carriage under Qiao he's watchful gaze to apologize to Princess Xuanfu. Upon noticing the extent of her injuries, Princess Xuanfu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that this person was devious and impure, causing her sympathy to wane. It's good that you acknowledge your mistake. Be more cautious in the future, and refrain from such actions. I don't wish to encounter such incidents again. Otherwise, you needn't accompany me any longer. I'll instruct someone to send you to the local authorities, who will arrange for your return to the capital. The entourage was in an uproar. What about the prince's dignity? More profoundly, what about the dignity of the great Qin Empire? Did they not regard customs and decorum with importance? The great Qin Empire was, after all, a land of tradition. What would the people of Qingdi think of them and their princess? Qiao Wei's countenance shifted drastically, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had initially seen this as an opportunity to outmaneuver Qiao Xian and her husband, intending to stage the entire act deliberately. However, she hadn't foreseen that her actions would lead to embarrassment for the princess. While conflicts and rivalries were natural within the honor guard, it was a private matter and shouldn't be aired publicly. Bringing such matters to light would be a source of ridicule for the people of Qingdi. Qiao he's cold stare had good reason. The princess was evidently infuriated. This made Qiao Wei feel somewhat relieved. Perhaps Princess Xuanfu's motivation wasn't solely to support Qiao Xian. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Please, don't be concerned, princess. I shall remember your guidance and never dare to repeat my actions. My loyalty to you is undeniable. Thank you for your forgiveness. Qiao Wei obediently kowtowed and rose to her feet. Princess Xuanfu nodded and said, "You may go. You don't need to come to pay your respects tonight. Qiao Wei replied, yes, and walked away, relieved that she wasn't being sent away. As she left the area, she spotted Qiao Xian, Li Xia, and Li Qiao approaching. Qiao Wei couldn't hide her changing expression and shot a fierce glare at Qiao Xian before quickening her pace. Miss Qiao. Qiao Xian blocked her path, refusing to let her escape. Why didn't Miss Qiao greet me when you saw me? Considering how long the journey is and how frequently we cross paths, it's impolite not to treat me like an acquaintance, don't you think? Qiao Wei's fury reached its peak, her vision darkened, and her blood boiled. She bit her lip but said nothing. Qiao Xian approached her slowly, observing her reaction. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Qiao Wei couldn't contain her anger any longer. What's so funny? Qiao Xian smirked, nothing, I just find it amusing when I come across something interesting. I never expected that we'd find ourselves in this situation. And, you've never been this patient after I've given you a hard time. You must be struggling, aren't you? Qiao Wei's breath quickened, and she wanted to scream, curse, grab Qiao Xian's hair, and slap her. She felt like she was on the verge of losing her mind. What a bitch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1441, Qiao Xian's Deliberate Provocation. Who do you think you are? You're merely the daughter of a concubine. Do you believe I'm afraid of you? What a joke. I won't engage in an argument with you over the princess. You despicable person. Just you wait. Qiao Xian remained unruffled. She pursed her lips. How dare you mention me when your marriage was stolen by a concubine's daughter? I'm truly disappointed in you. You. Mississippi. He held on to Qiao Wei. We should return. Qiao Wei swallowed her anger and snorted disdainfully. She didn't let it escalate. Qiao Xian intercepted her and said with a smile, Miss Qiao, can't you take a jest? Look, I didn't get upset when you mentioned me, and I was only speaking the truth. Why are you so agitated that your face contorted? Miss Qiao, don't head back with such a scowl, or people might think you bear a grudge against the princess. Qiao Wei was seething, trembling with anger. She bit her lip so hard it almost bled. She glared at Qiao Xian as if she could devour her. He couldn't tolerate it any longer. Madam Xiao, you've gone too far. What? Miss Qiao, you could have discussed it with me earlier, but I asked her to stay and exchange a few more words. Is that provocation? You, little girl, really need to learn some restraint in your speech. Besides, how can you interrupt when the masters are conversing? Miss Qiao, does it mean that the maid now makes decisions between the two of you? Why do you tolerate such insolence from a bold maid? This isn't like you. In the past, you would have put her in her place. Qiao Wei was seething with anger. In the past, she would have indeed done that. No, if it were in the past, you wouldn't dare to address me this way. Qiao Wei felt a profound inner conflict and bitterness whenever she thought about her past. Each encounter with Qiao Xian brought to mind the stark differences from the past. It left her feeling tortured and torn inside. He couldn't help but feel anger welling up within her. She remained silent after Qiao Xian's remark. Just you wait. Qiao Wei declared coldly, one day, I will make you repay everything you owe me. Miss Qiao, you're absolutely right. Qiao Xian smiled. What do I owe you? On the contrary, I haven't settled the old score with you yet. Qiao Wei's heart skipped a beat, and her expression subtly changed. She was acutely aware of her past actions towards Qiao Xian. If Qiao Xian decided to confront her about it, leaning in close to her ear, Qiao Xian whispered in a low voice, let me offer you some advice. I don't care what you're planning, but it's in your best interest to stop it now and save yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting tough." Qiao Wei sneered, pushed her away, and stormed off angrily. This time, Qiao Xian didn't try to stop her. It appeared that Qiao Wei was indeed hatching a plan. Li Xia couldn't help but suggest, "Madam, why don't we find a way for the old master to send both of them away? Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble?" Qiao Xian shook her head and chuckled. "It's not that simple. Even the emissary doesn't have the authority to send her away. Moreover, since we're thorns in each other's sides, we're bound to clash sooner or later. If they were to confront each other in the capital, the other side would hold the upper hand. However, beyond the capital, the situation was uncertain. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Qiao Wei had endured humiliation followed by provocation. For several days, she was so drained that she couldn't eat. If she weren't afraid of being expelled from the group, she might have fallen ill by now. With her last ounce of strength, she managed to persevere. This illustrated the immense power of hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1442, The Last Stop in Great Qin. 20 days later, they finally reached Huning City, the largest city in the northwest. It was still early April, and spring had arrived unusually late in this highland region. The trees and flowers had just begun to bloom, and the fresh, tender greenery was exceptionally striking. The temperature fluctuated significantly between morning and evening. In the daytime, the sky stretched out vast and azure, occasionally graced by the elegant flight of a hawk. When one gazed upward, the bird appeared as a tiny, distant speck. Huning City boasted a substantial station, where welcoming personnel awaited their arrival to make arrangements. As Qiao Xian and her entourage approached, local officials emerged from the city to extend their greetings and escort them to the station. After Qiao Xian acknowledged the officials' greetings, she proceeded to her lodgings. Princess Shuangfu suddenly wore a smile. "Madam Xiao, join me in the garden. The rest of you, please don't follow." "Yes, Princess." Auntie C and the others bowed and withdrew. The courtyard within the courier station occupied a significant expanse, but the scenery was unremarkable during this time of the year. It was impractical to cultivate delicate flowers here, given the harsh conditions, and there was a lack of time, energy, and resources to tend to it. Hence, most of the plants in this garden were hardy and adapted to withstand cold and drought. At present, fresh shoots were sprouting, and new leaves were unfurling, providing a somewhat pleasant sight, albeit a bit monotonous. Princess Shuangfu took slow, measured steps with her head lowered, and Qiao Xian followed in her wake. No words were exchanged between them. Upon their arrival in Huning City, Princess Shuangfu, Auntie C, Biyun, and the other dowry attendants couldn't help but feel a noticeable sense of despondency. Such sentiments were to be expected. Huning City marked the westernmost point of the Great Qin Empire. Beyond it, after departing the Western Pass, the land would cease to be part of the Great Qin Empire. Should they continue northward, it would likely take them another month and a half to reach the Qingdi royal court. The path beyond the pass was treacherous, causing inevitable delays in their daily journey. Unpredictable extreme weather conditions might necessitate midday stops for shelter and rest, further elongating their journey. They were on the brink of departing from their homeland. Despite any dissatisfaction she felt within the palace's confines, it remained a place of familiarity and comfort, a true hometown. As for Qingdi, what lay ahead was uncertain. How could her heart remain untroubled? In the presence of others, Princess Shuangfu maintained her composure, concealing any inappropriate emotions. She had already displayed remarkable self-control. Princess Shuangfu paused and fixed her gaze on the young, tender leaves before her, lost in contemplation. The trees at the northwest border differed from those in the capital. Their trunks bore rough, wrinkled bark, and their leaves were diminutive. With a soft sigh, Princess Xuanfu spoke with a self-deprecating smile. At this time of year, the ladies and young ladies in the capital are busy organizing various flower viewing banquets, aren't they? I recall that honored Princess May in the palace hosts a splendid peony flower banquet each year, and it's a source of pride for all the capital's ladies and young ladies to attend. I suspect this year's peony flower banquet will be a beauty competition. Qiao Xian smiled. At this time of year, peonies haven't bloomed yet, have they? Even in the capital, it's still quite chilly during this season. Princess Xuanfu chuckled. I forgot how knowledgeable you are about flowers and trees. But, Madam Xiao, you might not be aware that although the peonies haven't bloomed yet, the palace's gardeners are already preparing the peonies for honored Princess May. After all, how could honored Princess May outshine the rest without an early start? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1443, Secret Fear. Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. I understand. A sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky above, and both of them looked up simultaneously. The vast blue sky seemed to stretch endlessly, and a majestic black goshawk extended its wings, exuding a commanding presence. Princess Xuanfu couldn't help but sigh with admiration. It can soar so high and freely. I truly envy it. Qiao Xian suddenly grasped Princess Xuanfu's arm and gave it a gentle squeeze. Princess Xuanfu was taken aback but quickly caught on to her meaning. She abandoned her previous statement and said, I really envy it. It's so powerful and agile. I wonder if he'll encounter such a goshawk in Qingdi. Qiao Xian smiled and was about to continue when a hearty laugh sounded from behind them. Prince. Qiao Xian curtsied and stepped back a few paces. Princess Xuanfu also offered her respects. Greetings, Prince. Princess, you're most welcome. Madam Xiao, you're welcome as well. Your presence has greatly enriched our journey. Prince Nuo waved his hand, approached, and beamed at Princess Xuanfu. Princess, there's no need to envy such a goshawk. In Qingdi, we have many individuals even stronger and more formidable than it. I'll introduce you to them. Really? Princess Xuanfu exclaimed in surprise. That's wonderful. Thank you, Prince. Ah, you're welcome, ha ha ha. I'm delighted as long as the princess enjoys it. I must admit, I initially misunderstood and thought the princess didn't appreciate our Qingdi, but it seems I was mistaken. Princess Xuanfu offered a shy smile. Prince, you're only jesting. I find the scenery along the way quite fascinating, and I'm eagerly anticipating our arrival in Qingdi. Ha ha ha. Qingdi won't disappoint the princess, I can assure you. Prince Nuo laughed heartily. Qiao Xian sensed that she might be intruding, so she considered leaving. However, just as she was about to make her exit, Prince Nuo bid his farewell and departed. Before his departure, he suddenly added, by the way, although Huning City may not match the grandeur of your capital, it still has a vibrant atmosphere. Princess, you might want to explore it. They planned to stay in Huning City for the next 5 to 6 days before resuming their journey. Princess Xuanfu was secretly delighted but seemed a bit hesitant. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Oh, don't worry about it. Prince Nuo chuckled and reassured her, Princess, you're welcome to go shopping. We, the people of Qingdi, don't mind at all. If I have the chance, I'll venture out for a look. Thank you, Prince. Ha, you're too kind, Princess. After watching Prince Nuo depart, Princess Xuanfu let out a long sigh of relief. She staggered slightly, swaying on her feet. Qiao Xian caught her and offered support. Princess. I'm all right, she murmured, her lips trembling. She cast a thankful glance at Qiao Xian and confessed with lingering unease, Madam Xiao, thank you. You've given me a fresh lease on life. Qiao Xian shook her head. Please, princess, there's no need to say that. No, it's the truth. She smiled wryly. I've been foolish and self-absorbed. We've reached this point, and am still being so melodramatic and resistant. If Prince Nuo caught wind of my reluctance to leave Great Qin and my apprehension about Qingdi, the repercussions would be catastrophic. She shuddered and closed her eyes, gripped by lingering fear. If Prince Nuo were to discover her reluctance and resistance to embracing Qingdi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once such an impression was formed, it would be exceedingly difficult to change it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1444. Long blessings. Upon seeing her pale countenance, Qiao Xian became deeply concerned. She gently took hold of Princess Xuanfu's hands and reassured her, the concerns you had, they didn't materialize, did they? That's a sign of your good fortune, princess. Your future holds promise. Princess Xuanfu smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you for your well wishes. And you, too, have a long and prosperous life ahead. They exchanged warm smiles. Neither of them felt like continuing with their shopping, so Qiao Xian escorted Princess Xuanfu back to her accommodations before heading to her own residence. Princess Xuanfu closed the door and summoned Auntie Si, Bai Yun, and the other servants. She informed them of the recent garden incident and issued a stern reminder. Auntie Si and the others were visibly shaken, their expressions changing dramatically. They exclaimed, that was a close call. If Princess Xuanfu were to incur Prince Nuo's displeasure, their roles as servants would be rendered ineffective. Princess Xuanfu sighed, saying, we're already in this situation. Regardless of what others may think, fretting won't change a thing. I implore you all to remain composed and well-behaved. And, have a talk with everyone, ensure they serve diligently in the days to come, and discourage any frowning, sighing, or speaking of inauspicious matters. Anyone who commits such an offense will face severe consequences, I won't be lenient. Princess Xuanfu couldn't disclose the garden incident to the ordinary servants, but she needed to instill discipline. Auntie Si quickly agreed, promising to teach the others a valuable lesson. With Prince Nuo's assistance, Princess Xuanfu arranged for Qiao Xian to go shopping in the marketplace 2 days later. This was exactly what Qiao Xian had hoped for. Both of them concealed their identities and each brought along a maid. They followed 4 guards who were disguised as servants. Over 10 more guards were covertly mingling in the surrounding crowd. They set off in the morning. The architecture in Huning City displayed a rugged and unrefined quality. While ornate carvings were scarce, the structures exuded grandeur. Some shops were operated by foreign merchants and carried an air of faux exoticism. The city's residents were accustomed to this ambience, but for Qiao Xian and Princess Xuanfu, it was a delightful novelty. Princess Xuanfu, in particular, had never encountered such an atmosphere before. Her eyes sparkled with fascination. The entire day was filled with admiration and shopping. Princess Xuanfu and Qiao Xian couldn't resist making several purchases themselves. They planned to leave the items at the relay station and collect them on their way back. Princess Xuanfu wanted to express her gratitude and insisted on paying for Qiao Xian. With her newfound affluence, she had no reservations about it. Qiao Xian, understanding her intentions, accepted the gesture with a gracious smile. However, this meant they had to be more discerning when shopping, favoring affordable yet exquisite items over expensive ones. They could always shop again on their return journey and select some finer items then. It was rumored that the city offered a wide selection of gems and jade at reasonable prices. With a bit of luck, they might discover exceptional finds. The two of them spent the entire day happily wandering around, even dining at a local restaurant before returning to the courier station in the evening. Given the rules in the Great Qin Empire, and even if Qingdi had fewer restrictions, Princess Shuangfu, as a princess involved in a marriage alliance, lacked the freedom to wander freely outside. Her day out was indeed a rare occurrence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1445. The woman outside the door. If they were to spend another day out, despite the leniency granted by the Prince of Qingdi's words, it would no longer be deemed appropriate. Any untoward incident could be hard to bear for anyone involved. Princess Shuangfu fully comprehended the situation and decided not to venture out the following day. Qiao Xian also stayed at the relay station to keep her company, and they planned to depart in a couple of days. In Huning City, the day began early and stretched into the late hours. The next morning, while it was still dark in the capital, the sun had already risen in Huning City. Qiao Wei had woken up unusually early today and was aimlessly wandering around the relay station. A sleepless night had left her seething with anger, and her vexation drove her out of bed. During yesterday's shopping excursion with Princess Shuangfu, they both accompanied her, yet Princess Shuangfu only took Qiao Xian along and seemingly overlooked Qiao Wei's presence in the intermediary. This oversight incensed her to the point of near explosion. Her frustrations led her to unleash a barrage of curses late into the night. These emotional blows had repeatedly left her questioning her own worth and place in the world. They were all on Qiao Xian's side. What could possibly be so special about that woman? She was just the daughter of a lowly concubine, no different from a servant. While she had witnessed Qiao Xian's humility before, the sting of this situation felt particularly painful. A servant approached, and as they passed by her, they respectfully bowed. Qiao Wei called out to the maid, "What are you up to?" The maid replied with a servile smile, "There's a woman outside with a girl. She claimed that the girl was hired by Madame Xiao yesterday and is here to receive her instructions. I thought it best to inform Madame Xiao." Qiao Wei, driven by both curiosity and a hint of malice, responded with a smile, "Very well. You may return for now. I will inform Madame Xiao later. It's still early, and Madame Xiao has not yet awakened. Besides, I must attend to the princess, leaving me with no time to deal with such matters. I'll go and see her." The servant, without any suspicion, readily agreed and turned to depart. Qiao Wei concealed her cold smile and exited the relay station with Qiu He. As anticipated, a woman and a young girl were waiting outside the courier station. The girl, dressed in worn yet impeccably clean clothes, appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. She was slight and fragile, with a slightly pallid complexion and dull hair, neatly combed. Her hands were fidgeting, revealing a touch of uneasiness. The woman, in her 30s, possessed a round face, fair skin, and a plump figure. She wore maroon attire and had silver hairpins adorning her bun. Energetic and periodically peering inside, she displayed a look of delight upon spotting Qiao Wei, unaware of her identity. After a moment of hesitation, she approached, bowed, and offered a cheerful greeting, "Miss, Madame Xiao, are you here?" Qiao Wei sneered, wearing an air of self-importance. "Madame Xiao is currently occupied, so you may inform me of your purpose." The woman responded with an obsequious smile. "Certainly. In that case, please take Mianmian with you. Madame Xiao mentioned yesterday that having this girl employed to serve her is a stroke of good fortune." Having spoken, she gently urged the young girl forward. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1446, Intercept. Qiao Wei instructed, "Come with me, I still have some questions for you." The woman and Mianmian obediently followed her into a small parlor. Qiao Wei took a seat at the head of the room, while the woman and Mianmian stood in front of her. As it turned out, when Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu were shopping at a foreign vendor's stall, they encountered a language barrier. While most shop owners in Huning City could exchange a few words, exceptions existed. Mian Mian, who happened to be selling food and carrying a large basket, had stepped in with a smile to assist. Mian Mian was a well-mannered and clever young girl who had been in the business for a long time, and she was adept at communicating. Both Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu had taken a liking to her. Originally, they had merely intended to support Mian Mian's business. Upon noticing her handling the massive basket, they purchased more than half of its contents, presenting her with 5 taels of silver without her noticing. Mian Mian was also a grateful individual and recognized that no one in her line of work could speak foreign languages. She proposed the idea of accompanying them around and assisting with translation. After all, she had managed to sell many items that day, which would suffice to report to her aunt. This arrangement suited Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu perfectly. Mian Mian had spent many years in this street market and was intimately acquainted with it. Her presence significantly simplified their shopping experience. Mian Mian possessed proficiency in various foreign languages and could facilitate smooth communication. Moreover, she excelled in haggling, consistently securing substantial price reductions, much to the amusement of Princess Shuangfu. A thought occurred to Qiao Xian: even if she were to visit Qingdi, she wouldn't understand their language. While Qingdi would arrange for a translator proficient in the Qin language, they were not aligned on the same side. Consequently, he offered her a half-hearted smile and suggested, "Since we are heading to Qingdi, why don't you join us? I'll employ you for a few months. How does that sound? In terms of compensation, it will certainly surpass your current earnings. I'll provide you with 100 taels per month. Does that suit you?" Mian Mian readily agreed, displaying her happiness. Fearful that Qiao Xian might retract her offer, Qiao Xian urged Mian Mian to wait for her while they dined at the restaurant. Qiao Xian hurried home to confer with her aunt. Mian Mian had already lost her parents and had been residing with her uncle and aunt for several years, making her life far from comfortable. She was more than willing to leave, even if only for a few months. Mian Mian's aunt, Mrs. Mao, promptly consented upon hearing the promised monthly compensation of 100 taels. She did not concern herself with the perils Mian Mian might encounter while journeying to the distant Qingdi in the west. Mrs. Mao, however, had one condition: she required a portion of the money up front. At the very least, she insisted on receiving more than half of the sum in advance. Mrs. Mao had calculated that even if they never returned the money, observing the situation and hearing Mian Mian address her as aunt, Qiao Xian could deduce the circumstances surrounding Mian Mian. She agreed to provide an initial payment of 200 taels and the remaining amount upon Mian Mian's return. She instructed them to prepare for their departure, so they could meet with Madame Xiao the following day or the day after. Gratefully, Mrs. Mao accepted the arrangement. Little did Qiao Wei anticipate that Mrs. Mao would be so impatient as to arrive early the next morning. She brought along both a gift and the money. Upon hearing this account, Qiao Wei regarded Mian Mian with a cold and disdainful look. She mused to herself that a person of lowly status would remain just that, and such a girl was only appealing to her kind. Even if Mian Mian were offered to her for free, she would never desire someone of her sort. Only Qiao Xian would be willing to part with 200 or 300 taels of silver. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1447, Up to no good. Qiao Wei and Xiao Yunduan had amassed considerable wealth. However, Qiao Wei's aim wasn't merely to accumulate riches, she harbored a desire to take Qiao Xian's possessions. This time, she had received a substantial sum of silver from someone, enough to provide 200 taels. Nevertheless, she believed it was necessary to negotiate a lower price. 200 taels. Qiao Wei sneered and cast an incredulous look at Mrs. Mao. "You're just a girl. Do you genuinely believe she's worth 200 taels? Do you think Madame Xiao is so easily deceived?" Both Mrs. Mao and Mian Mian were left bewildered. Mrs. Mao's eyes widened, and she stammered, "Miss, what do you mean?" "I mean that Madame Xiao is reneging on her agreement." "What?" "That's inconceivable." Though Mian Mian's voice was barely audible, Qiao Wei managed to catch her words. Feeling uneasy, she scoffed at her and retorted, "Why not?" Under the weight of her piercing gaze, Mian Mian involuntarily shrank. Despite her firm stance, she reluctantly replied. Lowering her gaze, she whispered apprehensively, "Madame Xiao doesn't seem like someone who would go back on her word." Qiao Wei, seething with anger, snapped, "What do you know? Who do you think you are? How long have you known Madame Xiao? Do you understand her character? Do you possess the authority to determine her actions? Unbelievable. Don't be upset, don't be upset." Mrs. Mao was taken aback by Qiao Wei's sudden rage. She pinched Mian Mian and urged her to kneel. "What are you saying? Hurry and apologize to Miss." Mian Mian, terrified by Qiao Wei's sudden outburst, had tears in her eyes. She dared not speak, let alone cry, and knelt in a pitiable and forlorn manner. "Miss, please, refrain from getting upset. This girl is unable to speak, please, don't be angry. Madame Xiao's conduct is quite deplorable. How could she act so unethically?" Qiao Wei let out a cold snort. Having vented most of her frustration, she was starting to regain her composure. With a disdainful snort, Qiao Wei turned to Ms. Mao and remarked, "Madame Xiao's untrustworthiness is hardly surprising. She may seem genteel, but I believe this girl is of good character. Since you're here, how about I employ her?" Ms. Mao was delighted and nodded, saying, "All right. Thank you, miss. Just give me the 200 taels of silver, and this girl will accompany you." 200 taels. Qiao Wei found it amusing. Money doesn't grow on trees. Look at this girl, is she worth 200 taels? I only have 20 taels on hand. If that doesn't suffice, then take her away. What? Had it not been for Qiao Xian's initial offer, Ms. Mao might have agreed to the proposal. After all, it was a substantial sum. However, Qiao Xian had initially promised 200 taels, and now that figure had dwindled to a mere 20 taels, which was unacceptable. "This is far too little. Miss, could you add a bit more? Just a tad, please." Ms. Mao tried to negotiate, a hopeful smile on her face. Mian Mian was taken aback, clutching Ms. Mao's hand and beseeching in a tearful tone, Auntie, I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to leave. Please." Qiao Wei was strikingly attractive, but her temperament was far from pleasant. She regarded Ms. Mao with a disdainful gaze that cut like a knife. Instinctively, Ms. Mao felt a sense of trepidation. If she allowed Mian Mian to accompany Qiao Wei, perhaps Mian Mian should just stay with her uncle and aunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1448. Refused. Qiao Wei sneered and fixed her gaze on Mian Mian with increasing resentment. What on earth did this insolent girl mean? She had lavished praise on Qiao Xian in front of her and shown contempt towards her behind her back. She was determined to hire her. "Have you come to a decision?" Qiao Wei addressed Ms. Mao with a sly smile. "I wouldn't want you to make this trip in vain." "Very well, I'll sweeten the deal with an extra 10 taels of silver. If you agree, you can depart with the money." 30 taels was no paltry sum. Ms. Mao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. While it might not be as lucrative as 200 taels, it was certainly better than nothing. The young lady couldn't even make 30 taels in a year from selling her scraps, and this journey would last no more than 2 months. It was a worthwhile opportunity. "All right." Ms. Mao responded without hesitation, her smile broad. "Thank you, miss. I'm truly grateful." I'll stay here and serve you. Qiao Wei smirked with condescension. Qiao He, provide her with the banknotes. No. No. Mian Mian began to sob, clutching onto Ms. Mao's arm and refusing to let go. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Aunt. Aunt. Please, no. Let's go back, please. We can return. I'll sell lots of things in the future and earn a lot of money for you. Please don't let me go, I beg you. You. Let go of me. Ms. Mao scolded, pushing Mian Mian away. Frustration overcame her, and she slapped Mian Mian's face while scolding, "Stop crying. Do you have any idea where you are? Why are you making a scene?" Qiao He frowned. If you're this unwilling, you should leave. Qiao Wei shot an irritated glance at Qiao He. In response, Qiao He raised an eyebrow, giving her a stern look as a warning, unwilling to yield. She didn't want to complicate matters, and she understood that Qiao Wei was petty and lacked magnanimity. She cared only about her present happiness. But Mian Mian was merely an insignificant girl, and it wouldn't matter to Qiao Xian if she were taken away from her. Ms. Mao grew increasingly agitated upon hearing those words. No, no, I'll do it, I'll do it. She yanked Mian Mian so forcefully that the poor girl tumbled to the ground. Seizing her by the collar, Ms. Mao gritted her teeth and admonished her in a low, threatening tone, "Shut up. Cease this nonsense, or I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Do you think I won't sell you?" Mian Mian's heart raced, and she gazed at Ms. Mao in fear, unable to utter a word. Satisfied, Ms. Mao sneered, "That's more like it. Clean yourself up. Miss, it's all a misunderstanding." "It's just a misunderstanding," she quickly explained. "This child has never been far from home, and she's naturally a bit apprehensive. Once she thinks it through, she'll be fine. There's no need to worry if she follows you, Mississippi. Please, hand me the money. I'll depart right away and won't delay you any further." "Madam Xiao." Mian Mian suddenly cried out in surprise. She scrambled to her feet and rushed towards Qiao Xian, Li Xia, and Li Qiao, instinctively seeking refuge behind Qiao Xian. Ms. Mao was taken aback. Qiao Wei was furious and promptly ordered Qiao He, "Give her the banknotes." "Madam Xiao." Mian Mian was anxious. Qiao Xian, with a gentle smile, shook his head, reassuring her not to worry. For some reason, in the presence of Qiao Xian, her anxieties melted away, as if she had found a steadfast ally and a sanctuary. Ms. Mao, glancing toward Qiao Xian involuntarily, noted his lack of response. She felt disappointed and a touch of irritation that he had not kept his word. However, aware that she couldn't afford to offend him, she refrained from voicing her displeasure. With a grateful smile, she accepted the banknote from Qiao He. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1449, What You Say Doesn't Count. It was 30 tales. Ms. Mao was overjoyed, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Qiao Wei shot a triumphant glance at Qiao Xian, her expression tinged with disdain. In response, Qiao Xian instructed Li Qiao to provide Ms. Mao with the 200 taels of silver and cheerfully remarked, "Sister-in-law, you've come early today. Please take the money. As we agreed yesterday, you can now leave with the silver." "What?" Ms. Mao was puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Qiao Wei was incensed. "Qiao Xian, what's the meaning of this?" Qiao Xian gave Ms. Mao a pointed look. "You may depart now." Although Ms. Mao was baffled by the situation, she could sense the tension between these two individuals. Nonetheless, she cared little about their feud, her primary focus was on the money she now possessed. Ms. Mao nodded with a contented smile, ensuring she collected the banknotes from Li Qiao before she left. Li Qiao didn't object to this, and Ms. Mao couldn't contain her laughter as she made her hasty exit. Qiao Wei scowled and called out, "You, come here." Qiao Xian chuckled. "She is under my care, it's not for you to decide." "Shame on you." Qiao Xian burst into laughter. "Miss Qiao, did I mishear you? Why are you lecturing me about shame?" Didn't she realize who the real culprit was? Although he didn't voice it aloud, Qiao Wei felt deeply embarrassed and irritated by the mockery. Qiao Xian continued, "Princess Shuangfu testified yesterday, and Ms. Mao and I agreed to hire Mianmian. I haven't changed my mind. Mianmian is now in my employ, so what exactly do you want to discuss with me?" Qiao Wei was left speechless and seething with anger. She hadn't anticipated Qiao Xian's audacity. With a sneer, she retorted, "Everything operates on a first-come, first-served basis. I was the one who paid Ms. Mao first. I have nothing to do with why you paid Ms. Mao, and I couldn't care less. Mianmian is now under my employment, and I have no intention of changing my mind. It makes no sense for you to attempt to snatch her away from me. Moreover, the aunt and niece approached me willingly, while you sent the maid away halfway. I haven't even inquired about your intentions, and now you're claiming to have been first. Why don't we consult with the princess?" "You!" Qiao Wei seethed with rage. Qiao Xian, unfazed, smiled. "If you wish, we can approach her now." Qiao Wei clenched her fists and glared at Qiao Xian with intense animosity. Qiao Xian was accustomed to her behavior and didn't take it to heart. "If you're not willing, then so be it. As for the 30 taels of silver, I doubt it means much to you, does it? If you're genuinely concerned, you can arrange for someone to retrieve it from Ms. Mao. That's not my concern." Having said her piece, Qiao Xian exchanged a glance with Mianmian and then remarked with a smile, "Let's go." Mianmian swiftly followed. "Fool! Wretch!" Qiao Wei screamed as she smashed a teacup in frustration. She had been duped in front of Qiao Xian, handing over 30 taels of silver for nothing, and Qiao Xian had even taunted her. When she had given her the money, Qiao Xian must have been inwardly delighted. "This wretched girl, I want her to suffer. I want her to meet a gruesome end." "Qiao," he cautioned her in a hushed voice, "young lady, please refrain from uttering such words." Qiao Wei gritted her teeth and fell silent. She despised Qiao Xian so profoundly that she could only take solace in the thought that Qiao Xian and her husband would encounter misfortune. Hearing Mianmian's words, Qiao Xian consoled her and sighed. She simply said, "How about this, Mianmian? Would you be willing to be purchased by me? If you earn enough money in the future and wish to redeem yourself, I won't stand in your way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1450. She was angry those very aunt and uncle might eventually betray her. She might as well follow her instead. Mianmian didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly nodded in agreement. She dropped to her knees and tearfully declared, "I am more than willing to follow you, Madame Xiao." After contemplating for a moment, she realized that these words might not sufficiently convey her sincerity. She added, "Please, madam, purchase me. I will work diligently and follow your instructions without fail." Li Xia and Li Qiao exchanged a compassionate glance and turned to Qiao Xian simultaneously. Qiao Xian, somewhat torn between amusement and empathy, nodded and said, "In that case, I will arrange for someone to locate your aunt and uncle. Stay here for now. Li Qiao, take her for a bath, wash her hair, change her clothes, and fetch her some food and drinks from the kitchen. Then, have her measured for new clothes, shoes, and socks." She turned to Mianmian with a warm smile and added, "Afterward, have a meal and rest. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Li Qiao placed a reassuring hand on Mianmian's shoulder and smiled. Exactly. Madam has given her word, so you can relax and fear nothing. Mian's eyes welled up with gratitude. She glanced at them, nodded, and followed Li Qiao obediently. Li Xia couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. Mian is truly unfortunate. Qiao Wei's overbearing and uncaring demeanor had revealed her true character. She had callously sent Mian away for a mere 30 taels of silver, without considering what might befall the girl on her journey to Qingdi. Qiao Xian remarked, "Since we've crossed paths, we should do what we can." Li Xia smiled warmly. "That's because you have a kind heart." If she had encountered someone like Qiao Wei, it would be a triumph if that person didn't seize the opportunity to harm her when she was vulnerable. Qiao Xian smiled and promptly instructed someone to find Sun Bai and ask for his assistance. This time, the list included several familiar names, among them Sun Bai and Sun Qian. Upon Sun Bai's agreement, Li Xia privately disclosed to him Ms. Mao's reprehensible actions. Sun Bai then visited Ms. Mao's residence and secured Mian's contract without any additional expenditure of silver. 200 taels of silver were ample to procure a capable and intelligent maid, and Ms. Mao, although unwilling, didn't dare to object. Mian felt a wave of relief as she laid eyes on the contract and promptly kowtowed to express her gratitude to Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian then escorted her to Princess Shuangfu and informed her of the situation. Princess Shuangfu nodded with a warm smile and concurred, Mian is a fine young lady. It is her good fortune to be under Madame Xiao's care. The ironic twist came when Qiao Wei, who had been infuriated by the events, approached Princess Shuangfu. She claimed that Mian was a perfect match for her and expressed her desire to purchase her as a maid, suggesting that Princess Shuangfu act as a witness. After all, hadn't Qiao Xian asserted that Princess Shuangfu was superior to her? With her being the first to express interest, wasn't that enough? Unaware of Ms. Mao's whereabouts, if she had known, she would have personally pursued the purchase. Ms. Mao was notorious for her greed, and turning her down was unlikely. She seethed with anger at not being able to acquire this young girl. Even if she grew weary of ordering her around, she could always sell her. However, Princess Shuangfu responded with a smile, Madame Xiao has already entered into a contract with Mian's family and has purchased her. Perhaps you weren't aware of this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1451, Relying Qiao Wei felt a deep sense of embarrassment, her face turning a burning shade of red. Her embarrassment was overwhelming. What sort of extraordinary fortune was favoring Qiao Xian? Why did she always lose to her? From that moment forward, Mian became a part of Qiao Xian's household. Li Xia and Li Qiao, being older than her, took her under their wings and showed her kindness and care. Mian was immensely grateful and remained obedient. Later, Li Qiao approached Qiao Xian with some news. Mian had a friend working as a laborer in the horse market. He was strong, diligent, and hard-working, much like Mian. He was also an orphan. Mian wanted to know if Madame could purchase him as well. She was very straightforward and never mentioned it to me. She would hide away alone and silently wipe her tears. I probed and prodded, and she eventually confessed that she wanted to make the request but felt it was overstepping and didn't dare to voice it, causing her great sorrow. She mentioned that her friend, known as Yi, had previously intervened when a troublemaker was harassing her. Since then, she had been taking care of him and, out of gratitude, secretly brought him food from time to time. As a result, they grew close. She's concerned that she won't be able to see her friend again if she stays with you, and this has left her despondent. After offering some consolation, I believed it was best to inform you about this matter. Qiao Xian contemplated for a moment and then smiled. Very well, I'll acquire him as well. Guard son, please revisit and make inquiries. If he's genuinely suitable, we'll purchase him too. The number didn't make much of a difference whether it was 1 or 2. What was most crucial was that Qiao Xian recognized the need for more reliable personnel. The Yuezhing family and Zhao Shu had talented individuals, but they were limited in number. She couldn't rely solely on others for everything. If she discovered someone suitable and nurtured them, they would become her right-hand people in the future. Li Xia concurred and promptly went to find Sun Bai. Since their departure was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Sun Bai headed to Shima City on the same day. Upon his return in the evening, he brought with him a 17-year-old young man, tall and slender, with pronounced features and a silent demeanor. This was Yi. When Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan met Yi and introduced him to Mian, his eyes lit up at the mention of her, and the guarded look that had been present gradually dissipated. It wasn't convenient for Qiao Xian to personally accompany Yi, nor was it for Xiao Yunduan. However, Sun Bai offered to have Yi follow him, much to Qiao Xian's surprise. Nonetheless, this was precisely what she had in mind, so she accepted the proposal. Sun Bai Chen led Yi along. If Yi was astute, he would certainly glean valuable knowledge from Sun Bai during their journey. Mian was overwhelmed with gratitude and couldn't help but shed tears again as she thanked Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian found this quite amusing and offered her some comforting words before bidding her farewell. It was evident to anyone with eyes that these two were likely childhood sweethearts. Oh, if it succeeded, she would be thrilled to have played a part in reuniting them. Upon learning of this development, Qiao Wei's anger flared even higher. The day of departure arrived swiftly. In the early morning, officials from Huning City gathered at the relay station and respectfully saw off the princess and the prince of Qingdi. The phoenix carriage slowly exited through the western gate. As Princess Shuangfu gazed at the vast grassland stretching to the horizon, she fought the urge to look back, her eyes moistening with unshed tears. Their journey proceeded smoothly. However, after a few days of travel, they found themselves departing from the well-trodden paths, causing the pace of their journey to naturally slow down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1452. Arriving at Qingdi. Luckily, the weather at this time of the year was quite favorable, gradually warming with each passing day. Sprouts of grass covered the land, and in some areas, there were expansive patches of beautiful wildflowers in full bloom. While the people from Great Qin found this breathtakingly beautiful on their journey, even though they had to set up tents every night, and their accommodations were simple and austere, and their meals were modest, they found it to be an unforgettable experience. They had no regrets as long as they remained safe. The prince's marriage was a significant event, and their journey to Qingdi was expected to be very safe. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were well aware of this. They didn't believe that even the fourth prince would be foolish enough to attempt anything illicit during the trip there, but the journey back held more uncertainty. By the time they reached Qingdi, it was already the 12th of June. Qingdi's city walls appeared rugged and unrefined. The mud walls, eroded by the elements, had taken on a mottled appearance and were showing signs of deterioration. The city walls were not particularly tall, embodying a casual and unconcerned air. Qingdi was known for its bravery and martial prowess. They had constructed the imperial city with convenience in mind rather than defense. In the event of an enemy invasion, they believed it was more advantageous to engage in open combat than to defend the city. The arrival of Princess Shuangfu brought a momentary liveliness to the royal city. Countless commoners crowded along the streets to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Engaging in animated discussions in a language incomprehensible to outsiders, people pointed and stared in curiosity at the Qin prince's conveyance. The people of Qingdi lacked rigid rules and protocols. The scene was chaotic and uproarious. Onlookers nearly blocked the road, and they seemed on the verge of swarming the prince's phoenix carriage, creating considerable difficulty for the procession's progress. Prince Nuo didn't seem to find this situation unusual. In fact, he appeared rather pleased with the commotion, laughing heartily, his smile never fading from his face. Unbeknownst to him, within the carriage, Princess Xuanfu had already turned pale from fear and unease. She was struggling to contain her anxiety, fearful that Prince Nuo might insist on lifting the curtain for all to see. This was utterly beyond her comprehension. Were these commoners really this impolite? Was Qingdi so uncouth? Having grown up in the palace with strict rules and etiquette, she had never encountered such a situation before. Qiao Xian gently held her hand and explained with a warm smile, "Princess, they mean no harm. They're merely curious and eager to catch a glimpse of you and the Empire, which is why they're so enthusiastic. Princess, you're familiar with the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Please don't take it to heart." Princess Xuanfu's complexion had paled, and she forced a smile, replying in a hushed tone, "I understand, Madame Xiao," yet, understanding was one thing, putting it into practice was quite another. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It was a straightforward saying, but adhering to it wasn't always easy. Taking a deep breath, Princess Xuanfu recognized that, no matter how challenging it might be, she had no choice but to adapt to the local customs. They entered the imperial city around noon, arriving at the palace nearly by nightfall. Xiao Yunduan had also been accommodated in the palace by the Qingdi princes and ministers, who provided temporary lodgings for them. The Qingdi royal family warmly welcomed Princess Xuanfu and the others. That evening, they held a grand bonfire celebration. The participants sang and danced, and after slaughtering cattle and sheep, they skewered large portions of meat over the fire to roast. In addition, large cuts of meat were thrown into a massive pot, almost 2 meters wide, and roughly stewed. The meat was then ladled onto a large platter, and people served themselves using their hands, dipping the meat into a powdery seasoning mixture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1453. Impact. Princess Xuanfu's finely embroidered palace dress was clearly unsuitable, and she had already changed into the attire of the Qingdi nobility. Accompanied by Qiao Xian and Auntie Si, she engaged in conversations with the noble ladies of Qingdi. Even though Qingdi had arranged for servants who could speak the Great Qin language to assist them, communication between the two sides remained somewhat challenging. Thankfully, the ambience at the gathering was genuinely festive. Communication difficulties mattered less when the atmosphere was lively and joyous. Throughout the night, Princess Xuanfu appeared awkward and reserved. Qiao Wei, too, was a bit intimidated by the exuberance of the Qingdi people. However, Qiao Xian stood out from the rest. Having come from the modern world, she had no qualms about mingling with people of the opposite sex. It was common for men and women to socialize on the beach during the summer in her world. While Qingdi's enthusiasm might be overwhelming to others, it meant nothing to Qiao Xian. With Qiao Xian's presence, she provided Princess Xuanfu with comfort and guidance, helping her navigate the situation. In the end, they made it through the night. Once she returned to her lodgings, Princess Xuanfu struggled to keep her composure, her knees threatening to give way as she almost tumbled to the floor. The shock she had experienced that evening had overturned her understanding of the world and shattered her previous upbringing. Upon seeing her ashen face, Qiao Xian didn't linger. She offered consoling words and took her leave. The moment Qiao Xian departed, Princess Xuanfu seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing onto the bed in tears. She sobbed uncontrollably. Auntie Si's heart ached. Her own worldview had been shattered, so she empathized with the prince's distress. She sent everyone else away, instructing Bai Yun and the others to stand guard outside and report any visitors promptly. She settled beside Princess Xuanfu and tenderly stroked her trembling shoulders, offering solace and support. After a while, Princess Xuanfu's tears gradually subsided. She sat up, her eyes swollen from crying, and choked out, "Aunt, from now on, we'll have to endure together in the future." Auntie Si's heart ached, but simultaneously, she felt a sense of gratification. She was relieved that Princess Xuanfu had not rejected her. "Princess, you will certainly be all right. We will undoubtedly be fine." Princess Xuanfu responded with a soft hum, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. Auntie C managed a smile and commented, "I've noticed that Qingdi's capital is so lively and vast. It's different from what I had imagined. It's much better." Princess Xuanfu gave a slight nod, feeling a touch of relief. If she could live here peacefully in the future, perhaps it wouldn't be so unbearable. The lively festivities in Qingdi continued for several days before coming to an end. In collaboration with Xiao Yunduan, the marriage envoy, the date for Princess Xuanfu's wedding to Prince Nua was set half a month later. Marital customs in Qingdi were relatively straightforward, and 10 days provided ample time for preparations. Xiao Yunduan found himself once again occupied with various tasks. Qiao Xian also became busy. Xiao Yunduan often sought the prince's input on many matters, and usually, it was Qiao Xian who relayed the messages. If the princess had any requests, Xiao Yunduan would communicate them to Qingdi after Qiao Xian passed them along. On the day of Princess Xuanfu's wedding, the weather was exceptionally fine. The sky was a brilliant, clear blue, with the bright sunlight casting a radiant glow like a colossal sapphire. The earth was lush and green, with wildflowers in full bloom, creating a picturesque scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1454, Date of Return in Qingdi. Cattle and sheep were slaughtered, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Later in the evening, another grand bonfire celebration was planned. Princess Xuanfu, now the bride, would be dressed in the splendid attire of a Qingdi concubine, standing alongside Prince Nua to receive the blessings of the guests and partake in the festivities. Princess Xuanfu had grown accustomed to this entirely distinct tradition, though it still felt somewhat foreign. Nevertheless, she managed to handle it with success. Qiao Xian instructed Bai Yun and the others to inform the Qingdi locals that Princess Xuanfu was shy. Understanding her intention, the Qingdi people responded with kind smiles and became more considerate toward the princess. After Princess Xuanfu's wedding, the members of the Great Qin diplomatic mission couldn't stay any longer. With the initial excitement wearing off, they found themselves yearning for the lively atmosphere of the capital. The environment in Qingdi was somewhat unfamiliar, and the local cuisine, though acceptable, didn't compare to the delectable dishes served in the capital's restaurants. Xiao Yunduan made a request to Qingdi. Prince Nua was deeply reluctant and expressed his desire for Xiao Yunduan to stay in Qingdi. "I wish Lord Xiao could stay in Qingdi. I want to continue learning from you. I can't understand what others are saying, and it makes me sleepy to listen to them. Only you can make me understand." Xiao Yunduan was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "I didn't discuss Great Qin culture with you, such as the 4 books and 5 classics. I only shared historical anecdotes and tales of famous figures. Of course you understand." If he couldn't grasp it, there must be something amiss with his intellect. "Prince, all good things must come to an end. Additionally, I have other responsibilities that prevent me from staying away for too long. Please understand. If you ever have the opportunity in the future, I welcome you to visit Great Qin again. When that time comes, I will extend my hospitality to you." Prince Nua burst into laughter and patted Xiao Yunduan on the shoulder. "All right. I'll definitely return when I have some free time. Just wait for me. I'll make sure to improve my alcohol tolerance. Then, I'll be able to challenge you properly." "Humph." Xiao Yunduan smiled and replied, "I eagerly await your instruction." "Very well, just you wait." Prince Nua chuckled heartily. The date set for sending the diplomatic mission back to Great Qin was scheduled for 5 days later. This news filled everyone with joy, and the entire diplomatic mission exuded a happy and relaxed atmosphere. Prince Nuo extended an invitation to Xiao Yunduan and the others to join him in a hunting expedition. Xiao Yunduan wasn't particularly interested in hunting, but Qiao Xian was excited about the prospect. "I was thinking it would be great if we could hunt here. Hunting in this environment will be a unique experience." Xiao Yunduan agreed, "You're right. Let's give it a try then." On the appointed day, Prince Nuo, accompanied by Princess Shuangfu and others, led a large group of riders on a grand hunting expedition. Auntie Si, Biyun, and the others were unfamiliar with horseback riding and opted not to join Princess Shuangfu's group. Instead, two robust women with sturdy builds served as attendants to the princess. It was evident that they possessed considerable strength. Princess Shuangfu had only recently learned to ride a horse, and she still felt somewhat awkward in the saddle. She was delighted to see Qiao Xian and, as they rode side by side, they engaged in conversation. However, their slower pace couldn't go unnoticed. Prince Nuo frequently glanced back, displaying a hint of concern. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1455. Slow down. After their marriage, Prince Nuo treated Princess Shuangfu with exceptional care and consideration. However, it was quite a challenge for a bold and rugged prince of Qingdi to adapt to such refined behavior. Seeing this, Qiao Xian smiled at Xiao Yunduan and suggested, "Husband, why don't you two go ahead? I will take my time with the princess and engage in a pleasant conversation." Princess Shuangfu eagerly added, "Yes, please proceed without us." She was still getting used to riding a horse gracefully, and sitting for an extended period left her back and legs stiff and uncomfortable. Catching up with Prince Nuo and the others seemed like an insurmountable task, even if her life depended on it. Furthermore, the diplomatic group would be departing in a few days, separating her from Qiao Xian, making this precious opportunity to be together all the more valuable. Prince Nuo had been eager for some action, so upon hearing this, he readily agreed, "Very well, take your time. Lord Xiao, let's embark on a wolf hunting expedition. With any luck, we might even come across a herd of wild horses." The prospect of encountering the elusive wild horses was met with enthusiastic cheers from Qingdi and his companions. These horses were the most enigmatic inhabitants of the grasslands, known for their elusive nature and speed. Taming them and making them mounts was a feat that would earn them the admiration of all. The wild horses possessed an incredible sense of pride and spirit. They would rather face death than submit if they felt unwilling to be tamed. Some even attempted to capture a wild horse, only to witness it defiantly resist and starve itself to death. Xiao Yunduan wasn't particularly interested in hunting wolves or wild horses. He would have preferred to stay and converse with his wife. Unfortunately, the circumstances didn't allow for it. With no other option, Xiao Yunduan responded graciously. He glanced at Qiao Xian and smiled warmly, saying, "Enjoy your time with the princess. Well, go ahead." Qiao Xian reciprocated the smile, and the two parties went their separate ways. Prince Nuo spurred everyone to hasten their departure, his horse at the forefront, whip held high in anticipation. As the group rode off with their whips raised, Princess Shuangfu observed the scene with a soft sigh. Walking alongside her, Qiao Xian shared a light-hearted chuckle. "The prince is refreshingly candid. His straightforwardness is quite reassuring." Princess Shuangfu's demeanor relaxed, and a faint smile graced her delicate features. She gently nodded and responded, "You're absolutely right." Deep down, who hadn't harbored secret fantasies about their future spouse? Who didn't hope for a partner who was handsome, youthful, promising, cultured, and considerate? When reality diverged from these ideal expectations, it could lead to disappointment and regret. Qiao Xian's words brought her a sense of relief. While he might not be meticulous or overly considerate, there was a certain charm in Prince Nuo's straightforward nature. At the very least, there were no hidden motives or complex emotions to decipher. Having distanced themselves from the main group, the two of them strolled leisurely, engaging in conversations about family matters and avoiding any discussion of their impending separation. Occasionally, Qiao Xian would express that he was feeling fatigued and desired a brief respite, or he would suggest that the scenery was worth savoring. Princess Shuangfu appreciated his consideration, understanding that horseback riding wasn't a task suited for women. She couldn't fathom why the Qingdi people held such an affinity for horses, even proudly proclaiming that their children could ride horses by the age of 3. What was there to boast about in such a skill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1456, Leisureness. The discomfort and pain were almost unbearable. But unlike Bai Yun and the others, who could find excuses to avoid such hardships, she had no such luxury. She needed to embrace all of it with a cheerful disposition, as it was the only way to endear herself to the Qingdi people and ensure a more comfortable future. No matter how excruciating it became, she had to grit her teeth and persevere. As the emissary's wife, Qiao Xian held a special place of importance, with Prince Nuo's high regard and the king's benevolence. Hence, her treatment under Madame Xiao was undoubtedly favorable. When she claimed to be fatigued and requested a break, both Qingdi and the servants, as well as the guards, had to comply. Even though everyone shared a laugh about how delicate the emissary's wife appeared, necessitating rest for a journey so brief, it seemed she fared worse than a Qingdi 3-year-old child. Thankfully, the Princess of Qin did not exhibit such tendencies. Throughout the journey, they alternated between walking and pausing, traversing a seemingly boundless emerald grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, they passed vibrant expanses of wildflowers that bloomed extravagantly. Occasionally, eagles soared through the expansive blue sky, and now and then, they observed foxes, marmots, wild cats, grassland rats, wild rabbits, and other creatures darting amidst the grass. Low-flying birds added to the picturesque spectacle, creating a delightful tapestry of life on the lively grassland. Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel that rushing through such breathtaking landscapes was a missed opportunity. They should have taken the time to savor the scenery. Her only regret was the absence of her husband by her side, though she looked forward to their extended time together on the return journey. During their travels, they encountered a stunning lake. The azure waters of the lake were so captivating that it left them in awe. The lake's reeds swayed gracefully, and the melodic calls of waterbirds filled the air. The scene was perfectly picturesque, resembling a painting come to life. Qiao Xian and her companions, who had never witnessed such natural beauty, were left utterly mesmerized. The sun had climbed high in the sky, and noon was fast approaching. Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu decided that it would be a good idea to break for lunch and then continue their journey. Naturally, Princess Shuangfu readily agreed with a warm smile. As Qiao Xian gave the lunch order, the Qingdi group exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of delicate constitution was this? She seemed so pampered. She had rested 4 times already along the way, and now she was stopping for lunch before reaching their destination. Though they couldn't voice their concerns, they reluctantly concurred. However, Qiao Xian paid no heed to their reactions. She and Princess Shuangfu were savoring the lakeside scenery, indulging in conversation and laughter. The lake teemed with fish that seemed unafraid of humans. They swam in large, unhurried groups, tempting anyone to take a dip and catch them. Given that Qingdi didn't consume fish, Qiao Xian was content to watch from the bank. Her entourage swiftly got to work, digging holes, starting fires, and heating water with practiced efficiency. Some of the guards ventured out for a hunt, returning shortly with a few rabbits, marmots, and other small game, as well as some wild onions and leeks. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. It was undeniable that they were skilled in these tasks, and the roasted meat was especially succulent and fragrant. Qiao Xian, utilizing her wood element abilities, identified an abundance of herbs in the vicinity, including ephedrine, windproof, sand ginseng, and licorice. It left her feeling intrigued. After enjoying the roasted meat, she expressed her desire to take a horse ride and explore the area. Without taking anyone with her, she cheerfully set off. Having left the capital, it was a rare opportunity to venture alone, as she was typically part of the main group. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1457, Wild Horse. Furthermore, it would violate the rules and lead to gossip if people discovered her actions. Ruining Xiao Yunduan's official reputation was not a risk she was willing to take. Hence, Qiao Xian refrained from venturing outside to acquire items. Even during their stay in Huning City, she only ventured out once with Princess Shuangfu, always shadowed by attendants, which made it impossible to gather or deposit items into her space. It was only upon their arrival at Qingdi's capital that the atmosphere relaxed. During their downtime, they went shopping with Xiao Yunduan and Li Xia. They procured some valuable items and introduced them to the space. They even brought back some unique local fruit trees, distinct from Great Qin's apples and pears, such as peach branches, which they cultivated within the space. With her current free time, Qiao Xian rode directly to their destination. There, she collected and transferred her favorite herbs into the space. She wished she could find some mushrooms, as they typically appeared on the grassland after rain, but none were in sight at the moment. When she deemed it time to return, she mounted her horse and rode back. Soon after, the group continued its journey, taking breaks along the way. After about 2 hours, they finally rejoined the main group. Over at the main group, activity buzzed with excitement as everyone busily handled their catch. Tents were already erected in a suitable location, signaling that they'd be spending the night here. 3 days ago, Prince Nua dispatched a team to set up traps to lure the wolves, and today's results were bountiful. They had managed to eliminate over 30 grassland wolves, in addition to capturing otters, hares, pheasants, and more. The night's feast promised the freshest game. What caught everyone's attention was the discovery of wild horse tracks. The group dispersed to encircle the herd slowly. At a signal, they galloped towards their chosen wild horses, throwing their lassos in a bid to capture them. The subsequent effort to tame these magnificent creatures was a display of intense enthusiasm and excitement that captured the imagination. In the end, after a spirited struggle, all the wild horses managed to break free and escape, leaving none successfully tamed. While the Qingdi people might have felt some disappointment, they didn't harbor significant regret. They understood that this outcome was entirely within the realm of expectations. After all, if wild horses were easily tamed, they wouldn't retain their status as wild horses. What no one noticed was that when the dust had settled and the wild horses had made their gallant departure, there was one person conspicuously absent from the entire hunting team. Later, Ai returned, riding atop a majestic wild horse with gleaming black fur, resembling black satin. This sight left everyone in awe. The people from the Qin dynasty couldn't hide their pride and were beaming with satisfaction as they basked in the admiration and envy of the Qingdi people. From a distance, Prince Nua and his companions gazed longingly at the magnificent black wild horse, which exuded an extraordinary presence with its agile form. They couldn't help but envy Ai's accomplishment. Despite its recent taming, the horse retained its proud disposition. Other than Ai, it paid no heed to anyone else. The Qingdi people were well aware of the wild horse's temperament and maintained a respectful distance. Additionally, no one contemplated asking Ai to buy or trade the horse. They understood that even if Ai were to agree, it wouldn't matter unless the horse itself consented. Taming a wild horse established an unbreakable bond of master and steed that transcended human willpower. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.